can't really deal with like all this right now. The sunglasses were for Kurt, but also this light doesn't get any dimmer, and I'm like over lights today. The sweater also very Kurt, but wasn't really part of the outfit. I'm just so cold, so the under the influence was appropriate for everyone else, but just killing the look with the oversized sweater. We'll get more into it. I'm just gonna roll commercials. How's my sound, by the way? It's been off and on this week, hit and miss all over the place. So let me know if it sounds really terrible. Let me know if it sounds okay. In the meantime, 3 minutes, and I'll be back. I'm back, and I do have music playing on my headphones because I'm having one of those days. Oops, and my laptop is dying. I'm having one of those days where it's something that helps me concentrate rather than is something that distracts me. I am on day 16-ish of my cycle, so while I was up all night flirty and chatty and smiling and having a great time, today is a different bitch. Today is the aggressive one that warned you that we'd be aggressive once more last night. So I'm feeling slightly lower energy than I was yesterday. Um, it's pretty normal to feel this transition on this day of my cycle. I'm lucky if it starts this late, day 16. But I have like 11 days until Sarah Paulson drops her next mixtape and the blood hits the dance floor. So you can imagine that if I'm already feeling this way, it's going to be a long 11 days. But we carry on. Hello. Hello. I'm so happy you're here. I could cry. Because sometimes these things are harder than other times. So, like, all day I was trying to do stuff. I have a pretty small list of things to do. Didn't really work out. I don't know. It was like, couldn't even put away my clean laundry, but at least I have clean laundry, right? Like, at least I'm not looking at piles of dirty clothes. And while I was getting dressed, which ended up being like a fucking 4-hour process, not because it takes that long for me to get ready, but because I thought about what I would do and how I would layer people between each other. And inevitably, I thought about how I got like 6 or 7 people on this list. Who all, you know, who all died at the tender age of 27 in the midst of their most incredible journeys here, right? Rock and roll nevers. Of course it hurts. Of course it hurts. It hurts to know that they were so young. It hurts to know that they had so much potential or whatever, right? And it's interesting to think about today because I think we've talked to almost everyone on this list except for Amy and what's his name? Richard Johnson? I don't remember already. Robert Johnson. And Pigpen, probably. Everyone else I've talked to before. But it does seem like, in true Scrooge fashion, that tonight might be like slightly insightful on kind of like how it could have turned out. And it's funny because a lot of them, like, oh my god, why is this fucking Peter Gabriel cover of Book of Love on right now? A lot of them would have ended up perhaps worse fates. This is what kind of came up last night when we were talking about this. But a few maybe could have or would have, you know. Of course it hurts. Of course it hurts. So I feel like I just knowing I taking on 7. I feel like it's 7 energies on this list. I think I just had a fucking crazy day. You know, like I just had like a day of holy fuck. Man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's wild. So I'm emotional. I think I would regularly be emotional at this point in my cycle, but I think this is a topic that worries a lot more than most topics. In fact, I don't think I could do this with any other crowd of young people. Like, we were talking about Lil Peep being 21 last night, and I think a few of them around the time he died, a bunch of Extension, is that his name? They were even younger, so I literally teared up a little bit now. I have to blow my nose. They were even younger. I don't think I can handle that. I think That's so sad. Maybe one at a time, but this whole group, they have all such different energies and such range among them that it's like hard to fathom they were all the same age at the same points in their careers. It's so crazy. Like it really hit me today, even though I've always really adored some of these people and felt like connected to their energies for a long time. But I think maybe because I had my own NDE at that age, and now that I've surpassed it, it's like so much heavier. Um, and take 7. I didn't even do that on purpose. 7 for 27 Club on the 27th of January. Crazy. That being said, I'm gonna roll more ads so we can get an uninterrupted hour of readings and decompress these fucking tears, sniffles. Oh man! And this Peter Gabriel version. Hey, okay. I'll see you later. It'll get better as it goes on, anyways. I was gonna talk for a minute before I started the readings, but it just kind of instantly, like I said, I've been thinking about them all day and kind of like move through and put inspiration from each one of them into what I put on today, you know. Um, so it's like I've been present with them all day. I think we were all ready to sit down and do it. So, you know, um, but yeah, that Book of Love cover by Peter Gabriel is so good. Nothing against the magnetic fields, but goddamn, that man did that song. So, in the cold, I did not go get tribute alcohol or anything. We just had one fat ass hashy joints for the lot of them. Cheers to the smoke sesh of the fucking night. 2727. We'll be back in 3. Okay, so let's see where we're at. 50 minutes, so I'll do one more. I'll try to push it past an hour. Yeah, so like I said, I was kind of fixing to just chat for a little bit like I usually do before tarot, but I feel like it's the topic of the evening at this point. Yo, what up, Dom? Oh my god, turn it on. Just came on when you said that, or when I got your message. Who knows when you said it because the delay in the chat. I love that. Um, oh, put your face up to the window. Uh, tell me all about your gay folks. You would think I would like make a playlist of like their music or put on an album by one of them, but I just went with shuffle because the music was more for me than them, I think. Plus, who wants to listen to only their own music? That'd be weird, right? Um, I feel a little disconnected, a little just disjointed today. Put your face where we can see it. I mean, you have to inevitably do that a lot, but cable. Yeah, I guess looking back on life, you might want to. They did all make some really good music. Yeah, so it's kind of funny because I feel like, like as the observer in the situation, it does feel like a lot of them were pretty content with the way that life went, and they can understand that there were things, you know. I think the one person who doesn't really fall into that would be Amy, and I feel like that's why last night it was so hard to like nail it down with her and see if she would show up, and it was like this evasive, you know, she's kind of like stuck in that mind, like sometimes what happens, like if you live under the influence, you die under the influence, so you just get like trapped in it. What's up? To the houses when you wake up, turn it on. And if you ain't got no relation to all those other stations, turn it on. What's up? I'm not doing good. I'm not even gonna play with you, dog. I know yesterday I was like, life is so awesome, everybody should live it. I'm so and today I'm like, existence is pain, death is relief, you know, like whatever happens every month usually, every other month usually. Yeah, I do my best though to seriously stay positive and uplift myself regardless and do things I love no matter how bad I feel. And that's why my reflection is so important to me, even when it's inspired by others. Because I have to look in the mirror, and if it doesn't make me smile, then I'm screwed. Because what the fuck else is going to make me smile when nothing's making me smile? And I know myself better than anyone. I know what makes me smile. So, turn it on. The headphones totally killing me with the sunglasses. I look so much better without them, but the music is soothing me right now. And if you ain't got no relation to all those other stations, turn it on. So yeah, we're doing the best we can. I think some days we're doing less than that. Some days we're doing more. And that's all we can ask for. That's the thing. Part of me wants to just jump right into the tarot and just get it going because I don't really have that much to say because I am miserable or depressing or crying or whatever the fuck. I wasn't even really crying, and then I got on here, started talking, and was like, oh, okay, well, I'm just very obviously tearing up. Thank God I went with sunglasses today. That was all Kurt Cobain. So I feel like he had his like big white sunglasses phase, but then like the 60s flower is so perfect tribute to the rest of them. Okay, that's adorable. I kind of love that for you. Uh, and why are you fucked up? What are you fucked up on? Let's just chat for a little bit then. You know, we don't have to jump. I don't know. I feel like yeah, it's gonna be an intense one. It's been like 20 minutes since I hopped on here, giving people a second to get acclimated. Maybe you being fucked up is a good thing. Maybe you channel someone with me. Okay, let's not get reckless on stream, but like, is it reckless? I don't know. Probably. I totally get what you're saying about the voice, though. Like, sometimes they'll give you, like, the little backstory, make them your favorite underdog, and then you hear them saying it, like, makes you fucking cry. Okay. Also, when you said try and you put Trey, was that, like, some kind of, like, accent where you're like, I'm gonna try and keep up? Or, like, a typo? Just curious. Because, like, in my head, I was like, oh, so are you like Irish drinking or I don't know. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Okay. Dirk, happy 21st birthday, get Dirk. That's I love that. Okay, I mean fair. That's such a funny thing to say. Also, these sunglasses are totally not prescription, so that's why I'm like this today already. And it was like that yesterday too, as I didn't wear glasses. This isn't a super far distance, but the text is kind of small, so it's just easier to read from here. um, yeah, I'm glad that I can be a goofball through it all. Well, float on. I actually just sometimes skip this song so much, but I'm gonna leave it on for anybody who needed a reminder that that Modest Mouse song exists. And we'll all float on, okay. Kind of, probably not. Is it meant to be as morbid as it could be? You know? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, dude. This was like this song. I feel like we used to listen to this song when we used to like smoke weed but didn't really do drugs. If that makes sense. Yeah, dude, this is okay. I'm not condoning that kind of behavior. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I love the energy. I think maybe. I don't really know. I don't need to know what you're referring to, but I'm saying we can all like get centered and definitely balance ourselves out and release all our extra thoughts before we dive deep into the birthday thing, death day thing. It seems like such an Aquarian move of me to do this smack dab Aquarius season 2. I love it. Could have been the 27th of any month, but my Miss Janice's birthday, so I guess it's all fate. Um, Something tells me to just get this show on the road. No. Are you talking to a Polaroid boy? Because I definitely don't. I would like to for my friend. Because we always used to get Mexican margaritas whenever he was in town, kind of thing. And died on Cinco de Mayo one year. So I'm like, yo, perfect time to just get. Yeah, no, I imagine it'd be fun. No. On Cinco de Mayo? No. Are you thinking Dios de los Muertos? Because yes. But Cinco de Mayo, I mean, I guess there was like a battle that day, so maybe some people died, but they're not even my ancestors. No offense to them, but none of them have come to me and made Cinco de Mayo difficult for me. And I've not been to Burning Man. Um, I like used to be interested in going, and I feel like it dwindles over the years. My interest in going. No, Cinco de Mayo is like a fake Independence Day. It's like I think Mexico actually gained their independence sometime in September, and in Mexico they celebrate actual Independence Day sometime in September. But Mexican Americans are just Americans invading Mexican culture, and a lot of Mexicans leaning into it in America, I think, is more Cinco de Mayo because there was a very significant battle that happened on that day. But it just is 5th of May, right? And Dia de los Muertos is in November, so it's like the November 2nd, I think. So that kind of coincides with like the string of Halloween, All Souls Day, All Saints Day, Dia de los Muertos is all that time when Persephone's going under. I think, because like I said, it's not my culture and not necessarily my ancestors, so like I don't. It's some information I've retained, but it's not something I necessarily practice, but something I respect and revere for sure. And Lady de los Muertos is in my Halloween oracle, which is out, so it's funny that this all came up. She's a nice lady. She is a nice lady. So, how are we feeling? Are we feeling good? Are we feeling like centered? Sorry for my rapid movements. The rapid shifts in my personalities from day to day. It's even shocking to me, the person experiencing it, to see how drastically different I feel and today versus yesterday, this time 24 hours ago. It's blows my mind continuously. Yeah, I guess. I feel like I wouldn't call it butterflies, and I don't think it's really my stomach. I feel like most of the time when I'm channeling, it's in my ears, mouth, crown, or, there's this flat spot on the back of my head. I'm guessing that's where I landed on it, but I don't know. And maybe I've always had a flat spot there, but I definitely never noticed it before. And that'd be about, so. Yeah, and then sometimes there's this feeling where, like, there's a drop in my stomach, and then there's, like, a sort of tingling sensation that will pass through my whole body. But that's more like a chill. That's why I'm like, I don't know if I'd call it butterflies. I really miss my best friend. I'm gonna have to tell her that I miss her. Aww. I just have this memory of, like when I was a kid, one of my favorite dolls was this doll that was like auto battery operated, whatever, and it gave butterfly kisses. So it's like this cute fucking doll with like pink blonde pigtails like I had, and pink butterfly dress like I wanted, and these long ass eyelashes, and you would just squeeze her belly, and she would give you butterfly kisses. It would blink. And I just thought that was so cute. And for some reason, that's what I thought of when you said butterflies. Very adorable memory for no reason. So, should we switch to tarot? Should we get the night started? I'm like, kind of like, I feel like every time I start talking, I want to start doing tarot, but then when I go to actually do it, I'm very hesitant. So I'm like, is there a holdup? Is there something I'm forgetting about? Is there someone I'm waiting for? Maybe that's all it was. Okay, now everyone's here. No, I'm just kidding. But like, hi, good evening. I literally said, what's the holdup? And then you said, I'm here. So it's like, maybe that's what I was like low-key waiting for. I don't know. I wasn't like expecting you to join specifically, but it was really good timing. So maybe we are ready. This is like LCD Sound System, but I don't know the words or what song it is. Watch the tapes. That sounds like something I say. Kind of love that. LCD Sound System is like, it's one of those musicians. I think it's just a guy. He's like so good, but I just wish I didn't like it so much. I love that. Okay, yeah, let's switch. I'm gonna roll the ads so we can try to get this full hour of uninterrupted nonsense, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay, what's with the creepy demon voices? We should. Speaking of demons, that's what it was. We were talking about this last night, and something that came to mind today, and I'm not really sure if this is relevant because I don't remember who the fuck I was talking to, but I feel like the devils are very much like jinns. You'd have to look into. I don't know if it's like Islamic culture or like Arabic culture. The jinns, maybe just the Middle East in general. Not really sure, but I feel like the devils that we interact with. Oh my god, Friend of the Devil literally just came out. I'm not fucking kidding you. That's creepy. I feel like they're like jinn, and that's why you can make deals with them because that's how jinns work. But demons are like separate, non-human creatures, creatures that were never human, right? That exist in other worlds that sometimes serve deities like Lucifer or Satan, who are very different. So Lucifer is like borderline, almost human-like, but it's because he's an archangel, so it's like a promoted human, probably. And I don't think he fell from grace. I think he was just assigned to the job. I don't know why people made it seem like God giving him promotion was a bad thing, but that was something that came to mind today. I think we'll go more into it when we get to Robert Johnson also. So I'll catch you on 3 minutes, and hopefully everything's good. Okay. Been a minute since we've been over here. You know what this means, everybody? It means it's tarot time. See, I have a good system because I know I talk a lot. And, dude, this Pixie song is cracking me up. I don't know that much by the Pixies. But, Indie Cindy, I love this right now. Whoop. Listen, I just feel like my limbs started floating, so apparently I'll probably cry on this stream. You gotta understand that, like, first of all, Pink Pen gets left on at everything in relation to the 27 Club, so this means a lot to him to be included, even if it is just us. That's far beyond the point. Who Amy is like so lost in the chambers and has been for a long time, pretty much since she died, and ain't nobody getting through to that one. Probably not even us, but trying to make it happen anyways. 3, I kind of live to fucking see Janice every year. I didn't get to do that on her birthday. It's not like a strict rule, but I feel like some people like Jim just has a whole bunch of fucking shit to say all the time. Literally could talk forever. Probably wished he lived longer just so he could fucking talk. Whatever. But, like, you know, others are a little bit more reserved. Jimmy has come up a couple times, like, in honor of or for a good reason, right? And Janice is kind of strict, like it's just things she does on her birthday. So means a lot that did show up on this day too, because I did check in with everybody today. It was crazy how deep that was, and I kind of want to take notes, but I think recording it. What the fuck do I need notes for, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe there's stuff that I need to write down for myself and not share. No offense, y'all, but maybe y'all need to take notes. Maybe that's what it is. I get not wanting to watch like a fucking 5-hour replay of a stream when you already watched the stream live. So maybe get your pen and papers. I know we did that one time and then like, oh, nice. I love how there was one time we did that and then it took us like 3 hours to get to it. But maybe I just am supposed to remind people to take notes during these things, and that's like the overall message. I feel like it's cool. What I do, could it pay better? Sure. So like, it feels nice that to have like an embrace or like a pat on the back from people who, you know, were once maybe my heroes, if you will. It's just a weird energy. It's a hard to explain. But I don't doubt I'll cry tonight, because as soon as I got on here, I knew what I was doing, and I was teared up immediately. Like, not sure what that. Well, I do know what that was about. That's what we signed up for, trying to do this shit all in one go on one day like this, you know. So it's beautiful, and I think it's worth it, and I can handle some tears. I've cried for less. I've cried worse. Hey, what's the matter with your hair? Oh yeah. Hey, what's the matter with your mind and your? I don't know. Oh, hey, yeah. Hey, baby, you look so divine. No, I get it all mixed up. Oh, so good. Down in your mind and you look so divine. Okay, I think that's also the thing with the music, because it's like it's got to remain our sort of comedic relief, right? Got to keep the vibe up. Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Like, if we're already talking to them and then we listen to their music, it would be, like, literally a sob fest. Don't you feel right, baby? Hey. Yeah, see? And now I'm all like, woo! That's wild. That ain't right. And yeah. I'm debating if I'm about to spark this joint now. Some cards fell out when I said that, so maybe I ought to. Oh, but it was the witch in reverse. Yeah, maybe they want to leave my ass out of it. Get your love. Feel so what? Like you want to spark a joint, or was that about something else? Come and get your love. Well, I think it's a lot different because you're listening to me talk. It'd be very hard to listen to music, I think. But none of you are vocal. So I'm not listening to anything. It's really easy to like talk over music. It's hard to listen over music unless you're an expert listener, which most Italians are. Just kidding, Italian American. I don't know. I thought it was funny because it's kind of true. Um, you can always like put on some lo-fi hip hop or chill beats to listen to while studying or attract love and healing, detox, high vibe, 444 hertz kind of stuff. That always sounds really nice over anyone's voice, to be honest. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, are you a Leo? I don't remember. Yes, I asked you probably 2 days ago, but I just don't remember. No, you weren't the Leo. Maybe you didn't tell us. You got here really late last night. Yeah, I was a Leo. Right, Virgo. Okay, yeah. Because I was like, oh, the chaotic Virgo who doesn't sleep. Got it. Versus Virgos who do sleep. I remember. Wait, did we do that? Yeah. Okay. Um. Yeah. I'm like. Sometimes when I channel, I like to just kind of not eat. As crazy as that might sound. Right now, I feel so hungry that I'm like, am I making a mistake trying to do this without eating? I don't know. It's like not my usual method to be like full, but it's almost like it's too much. I have to sustain myself rather than like if it's one or two people, I will just like push myself to the brink of death, basically, and then But I think what I'm doing is, yeah. Well, if there was any sun where I was, I could maybe do that, Dom. But I'm sorry, there's been a fucking blizzard for like 4 days. You think the sun's out, bro? Fuck off. Especially at these fucking hours of the day? No. Sorry, I'm in a bad mood. Okay, I have to eat something. Yeah, right. Like, oh, it must be nice to just see the sun, Dom. You live in LA where it's fake weather. Um, okay, sorry. I have to eat something, so we're gonna do one more ad, and then we will have like 60 straight uninterrupted minutes to do this. But I'm like, you know what? I think I might actually not be able to sustain this if I don't fucking do it now. And I do have water, so yeah, I can kind of tell they're all like moving their way in, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm prepared as a human part. I didn't think about that. So I'll be right back one more time. I'm sorry. We're getting so close. It's been a while since I've done this, so forgive me for being Yo, I need a second to calibrate here. And I have a funny story I think I forgot to tell you. But I don't remember. I don't think any of you were there. Well, maybe one of you. Dink. I'll tell you something. I think you'll understand when I think it's something. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. The way I want this sucker right now, that might happen. Okay. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your hand. All right. I took the sunglasses off and I feel like it's a bit weird. I'm gonna put them back on, probably. Yeah, this gets me more in the vibe. And you know what doesn't get me in the vibe? This fucking hype-ass love song. Okay. I think I might be good on the music. I feel like I had to get through my period of anxiety. I feel like... It's all coming together. Yeah. Although I feel like I liked the headphones. I no longer wanted to hear the music, so... So... I totally forgot I was going to name the stream All Tomorrow's Parties, because I'm missing them, but that's morbid. But it's funny, that song just popped in my head because I said hosted by Nico for like no reason other than in a way she wanted to, even though she's one of the ones that'll like talk all the time, right? And a lot of the other people on this list I haven't talked to before, or like only, like I said, only show up once a year. But Nico, having died when she was, I think, 49, she was in like kind of a similar boat where so she didn't die at 27, she died at 49, same shit, just trying to get clean. So I feel like it's not even her wisdom or her age necessarily, but Ghost Regret came out, and there's just like this the lesson. I think that's what's important, is to see that sometimes with age we don't get wiser. Sometimes with age we don't get better or smarter or more capable of handling things that we couldn't handle in our youth. And I think that's the reminder for people like them who were struggling and who did have these issues, who, some of them it's sad and it was too soon, and there was probably some conspiracy around it, and others probably, like we briefly mentioned last night, just wouldn't have aged well anyways. So it was kind of like, might as well say goodnight. And that sounds harsh, but of course when you're discussing this with people who are already on the other side, they have a very different perspective on death and life, because where we see life as finite, we don't see death as infinite. We limit the possibilities that we have in life on Earth as a human, and yet we see all of it as a means to an end, an inevitable end, when really we have yet to be totally certain of how it works or where we are in a lot of ways. So that being said, 100% amen. No, but really though, like when it comes to channel messages and you know, a lot of my opinion is naturally going to align with the people that talk to me, right? So, one thing I'm thinking here is just got a weird taste in my mouth that I've tasted before, and it's not a taste that I know the source of necessarily, other than the way that I consumed it, if that makes sense. So relax. Let's get back in. Maybe I will spark this joint. Y'all ready for the smoke session of a lifetime? Maybe we're not, because Nico's. Well, that's the thing. Nico's the smoker. You're back. Is that a sushi? No. Roasted? Okay, well, you came just in time for our little smoke sesh. And what costume shall the poor girl wear to all tomorrow's parties? A hand-me-down dress from who knows where. To all tomorrow's party. Listen, sometimes you regret things in life. And you could say, oh, you regret the things you don't do, or the opportunities you don't have, or regrets die young, blah, blah, blah. There is the opposite of going on and regretting things, okay? There's just this like image of Jim that comes to everyone's mind. Imagine if that dude was 40. Just try to imagine that. He was such like a prophet and a poet, and Oliver Stone really mixed his message there by trying to make him look worse than anybody said he was. But he could still probably be a douchebag. He still was sleeping with a lot of women. He still probably did technically cheat on Pam. He was married to 2 different women. Like, he was a fuckboy, right? Like he was. It doesn't take away from his art because he didn't do anything completely insidious like kill someone or necessarily abuse any of those women or like was a pedophile, of. So like, in my opinion, we have to accept that people are gonna be who they are and they can still be good at their jobs, and people can be like mean or rude or assholes and still not be inherently bad people. Okay, that's where I stand on that in general, because it's like, if you like hate on a celebrity because they fucking were rude to you once, it's like you act like you've never been rude to a customer. I'm sorry. Do you work retail? Do you wait tables? Do you sell cars? Whatever the fuck you do. You've never been rude to a customer before, so you're going to hold it against this person because they were rude to you? No. That's not a definition of how, yeah. Like, that's not a definition of how we perceive someone as good or bad, right? Um, yeah. Jim was going through a lot. He was, like, obviously, like, addicted to drugs and stuff. So, one of those things that he's probably lucky he clocked out. It's not like all of them feel that way, but there is a unanimous agreement that like Jim was not aging well at all, and he was like going to destroy his own legacy, and that's what he brought up last night. And I feel like he brings up a lot in the readings that he's popped up in, is that people would not have carried his message in the same way they still do today had he lived to undermine his own message, become a hypocrite in some way, age out of his rebellion, or sell out even more than he already had by making records, right? Yeah. So while it's not necessarily the case for all of them, people like it's still, like I said, a really sensitive subject to talk about or to Amy right now. I guess she's not been dead as long as the rest of them, right? And I haven't even really touched base with Robert Johnson at all, except for the demon stuff where, like, I saw something really weird today, and I was like, wow, it's really kind of interesting. But he may have been why the gin came up again today, but either way, Amy's very much like wasn't really she didn't quite have the same kind of message as the rest of them, right? Like, not to separate her from the pack, but she didn't have the reputation or the song, not skill, because she had skill and she still wrote beautiful songs and had a beautiful voice. But I looked at all their pictures today when I was getting dressed so I could incorporate each of them into my outfit, which I think I did really well, actually. We can do a full breakdown if we want to, but I was looking at pictures of Amy and she's totally of the era, like party girl. But it's sad that we just let her be so drug addict, and then like me saying that is like, oh, you're judging, blah blah blah. Well, she died of an overdose, so y'all let her get up there and look and act like a drug addict, and not actually. Thank you. Yeah, it's like this weird like 60s grunge, and not actually help her, and just gave her the means and money to be a mess. And it's like, that's someone where I would have loved to see her live. I think we all would have loved to see her live longer, so she could have get her act together and have her fucking prime in her music, because she didn't. She was at the beginning. She was. It's really sad how 27 fits them so differently. Like, Jim was at the end of his life, quite honestly. Like, there's really no debate about that from him or anyone in the club, basically, right? Pigpen is not much different, where he always had a very old soul. And if you look at pictures of him, he looks like a grown man. And I think that's why people forget he was only 27 when he died. And it was tragic. It was sudden, from what I recall. I want to say he got in a car accident, but someone else that we looked up got in a car accident, so I don't know why I would think that or what happened. But yeah, so it's crazy to think that. Same with like Kurt, because he was not well into his career, but he was deeper into his success in his career, even because he'd been making music forever. Nirvana got on. Started at 87, got on 89, right? Like, he was not on a good path. He was probably going to end up going the Nico route and dying at age 50 if he didn't die at 27, right? Like, I think he overdosed, you guys. I know there's so much speculation on his death. I think he overdosed and died. And the people who were there framed it to look like a suicide because they didn't want to get in trouble. Like, yeah, he was dead. He was dead. And then they shot him. And why the autopsy didn't really catch that or did that, who cares? I think people didn't want it to be true at the time. It was the 90s. There may have been money. I think he just overdosed and died. And then they, like drug addicts do, try to cover it up, even though, like, no one would have gotten in trouble, but they wanted to flee the scene and leave him there, so they put a gun in his hand. Whether or not Courtney was there that day is not the same as Courtney killing him, and it pains him that people like literally never left her alone, that her career and her mental kind of like went the way it did. Not that it's a comment on her mental well-being, it's just like her mentality, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, she may have been there when he actually died, and that's why people like don't trust her, because she was probably the first to know, and she's hiding this unbearable secret of knowing what really happened, but that's not her killing him. And it's like, that's taxing on anyone's mental health. Like, I feel like that's what it is. And they're very orchestrated, and that's what Janice and Jimmy and Jim all bring up, is how they were more or less runaways, and they were young, and they were successful, and they had a lot of money, and they had no one looking out for them, and they were fucked up on drugs, and they would sign anything to be anyone, to get back at their parents, to be estranged, to be independent. And they killed them so that they would have access over their legacies completely and entirely for generations to come. That's like, so pretty crazy. Should we spark the joint? It's already going pretty well, I might add. I feel like this is already going very well. Yeah, and the fact that, like, they still make printed T-shirts of Jimmy or Janice, and like I've bought a fucking Janice T-shirt on clearance because I don't ever buy shit like that full price because I don't know, I don't buy most shit full price because it's like very few ways that you can stab back at capitalism is to be like, haha, your fucking corporate store just took a loss on this and I didn't, so thank you. I don't know. So like I have some, I bought some like that. But it is interesting when no one's left alive to collect, right? Like I guess the Jimi Hendrix Experience had other people in the band, or like the Doors have other people in the band. But Janice being solo and like Jim and Jimmy's image being so synonymous with their respective musician bands is so like it's gross. I mean, it's gross. That's just kind of right. And the fact that they all suspiciously died of an overdose pretty short within each other. I think Jimmy and Janice died within like 6 months, and then Jim died the year after, I think. Oh, we've looked it up for one of these streams before. So it's this weird thing where I want to hold this and kind of like be able to smoke it, but not actually smoke it because I'm in a good place where I'm channeling and stuff. But they all smoke. They all fucking smoke. So everybody wants this in their hand, you know? That's part of addiction and recovery too, right? I feel like if I don't go any deeper in, though, it's almost like we won't get the individual message. This feels like it's like a group conversation, like sitting at the table, with no one saying anything in particular at this time. But I'm hoping to go in individually, and the only one who's not really touching on anything is Robert Johnson, and I'm not sure we're gonna get much of him. I feel like he's a little bit, in a way, he's scared to talk to some degree, even though in his music and in his art and in his life, he was very candid about the things he was going through. But in a way, there's like this sense of responsibility that he definitely shouldn't have for the follow-up deaths or for starting the 27 Club and like being the first one to make that deal. And that's where these insidious record companies get their shtick from, was practicing with him and realizing that they could do that to this. I think he was 21 when he got signed, and you know, all that. I don't know what happened, but it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. And it's funny because like I don't know, Otis Redding I think was 26 and had like 9 kids or something crazy like that. Mac Miller was 26. Maybe, I know I said I wouldn't go any younger, but yeah, that's the thing. Is like Otis Redding was like a fucking grown ass man at 26, whereas Mac really never aged out of being 16. So once again, just age looking so different on people, right? Like I don't feel like I'm older than Jim Morrison, but I am kind of, you know, like that's pretty wild to think about when you think about it. So anyway, I think it's time. If y'all are gonna, it's time. It's moonlit. Jim's up first, and I think that's another thing with Nico is like her and Jim were friends. Jim was in the New York scene for a minute. He wasn't totally California, right? Because Nico was all New York and Europe based. But it must be hard to lose all your friends. It's okay. Anything can be confirmed, and I will just bow down if I'm wrong. But I guess we'll just go with the narrative that's going on, you know. The reason I said Jim is because all I can hear right now is Whiskey Bar. What a great song. I mean, like, that's the thing, is these kids were so young when they were doing that I think it actually aged people too fast, right? In the same way, trees. In the same way that, okay, tonight is, okay, I've said I'm feeling very present with each one of them. Even Amy and Robert, who are like significantly more nervous and shy and not as chatty and less familiar with me than the others. But there is this air about how, like, I don't know if I'm going to directly really channel things or like be possessed by any of them. And I've definitely gone into this on the channel where there's layers to this. There's like levels of necromancy where I can like recite the audio that I hear, more clairaudience, or I can get ideas, gather what they're trying to say, and interpret it myself and contribute to the conversation in that way, which is kind of how it's been going. And then if I'm like channeling something, it's like they're speaking through me, but if I'm possessed, it's as if they've taken over me. So 1 1 1 1 1 1. I think there's just too many of them to like individually let them do that at this point. Or any point in the night. So it's gonna be more like tips and tricks in a sense of like, okay, here, whiskey bar. So this is a conversation prompted by, but not necessarily driven by Jim. I don't know how else to explain that. So one of the many advantages, maybe it is more of a channel message. I think immediately, like once I said that, it was almost like switched right on. I love that. Oh my god, that's so cool. I love that they did that. That's like, yeah, I just listened to that song recently too. I like the Beatles in the end as well. I don't know why I just thought of that because like the end is this super weird, dramatic 7-minute long song, isn't it? If I'm thinking of the right Doors song, I'm just getting acquainted with these musicians because when I was in high school, I was into like Jane's Addiction and Peter Gabriel and Kate Bush and like prog art rock. You know, I wasn't really into classic rock or whatever you would categorize any of them as. And when I got into the Grateful Dead, I got into Janis Joplin and I got in a little into Jimmy and my friends were into the Doors. But I was really into the Grateful Dead, and then it was like segue to Flaming Lips, where it wasn't like music, it was culture, I guess. Well, that was a weird knee jerk, but it was like the culture behind it. So I was never into these musicians that much, like growing up. So I am just becoming more recently acquainted with a lot of their music. That's why I'm like, if I'm thinking of the right song. Oh, well, where did he go? Just told to go home and put it on. It's a universal internet viewing situation. Why did he leave? You always catch the replay, send it to him, timestamp this for him. It'll be up tomorrow. Minute 15 in is when it's minute 10, Jim Morrison. So, one of the many advantages, that's the thing, he has a very domineering energy. He's Sagittarius and he loves to talk. He was always doing interviews and shit. And a fucking poet, like, loves to talk about himself to himself, doesn't fucking matter. Like, that's Jim, right? So, he has this very, like, forward, aggressive energy where I feel like I'm sitting in an interview with him every time I talk to him. I think that's why I was like, it's conversational, where he's like, he like presents himself in front of me, whereas some will present themselves in my mind or like with me, if that makes sense. I don't want to say in me because it sounds creepy, but Jim is always like opposed to me. So one of the many advantages that these record companies had of us dying young was to age people out of the industry or force a norm as though 27 was old, because I was acting like an old drunk, and I was very established in my career, and I was well spoken, and I was rebellious, and I was mostly without cause. They justified these guys, these Bowies, and yeah, I almost said Robert Plant. I don't know if that's true, but if he's saying it, I believe him. Plant, Page, these guys hanging out with 14-year-olds didn't feel so bad when we were clocking out at 27 anyways. No one really blinked an eye or thought of that as much of an age gap, because realistically we were all kids to them. These old record execs, 50, 60, 70 years old, and they just want to normalize these teenagers getting fucked up to keep these ugly rock stars happy. For what? And then kill us off because we said something about it, because we didn't want to do that, because we weren't cool with making music with people like Bowie. And that was controversial at the time. Bowie was barely getting started. This is so sideways. What is this conversation right now? Was David Bowie even on the scene at that time? Jim Morrison died in '68. When the fuck was Bowie's first album? Holy fuck. 71. Okay, that makes more sense. That's really bonkers. Where is this coming from? This is so wild. I think a big part of doing these things, or this whole process of talking to people, is to say that these problems really do run that deep. And it really is. Oh yeah, okay, so Bowie was making music 62. Yeah, so it's still they banked on that and gave them what they want, and Jim called it out at the time, was very, very outspoken in that way, and everybody made him out to be, oh, you're just drunk, Jim. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're just young. But he stood up to a lot of them. He didn't like it, and he's not saying that anybody killed him. He probably killed himself easily. Anyway, he was a bumbling idiot, is what he would always emphasize. But at the same time, those record companies weren't looking out for them. The leaders in the revolution, they were working to maim them and murder them, more or less. Which is a heavy take, man. That's why he's like, it is all that deep. This has been going on since before the 60s, because that's where Robert Johnson comes in, and that's still how it's going. But why? Why is you want to keep these people happy? Because why? And that's what no one could ever understand, other than they all commit the same crimes against children and humanity, right? I have arrived. The lady and the gang popping in. We're doing some deep shit. It's the 27 Club night of the 27th. 7 of them, hosted by Miko. Creepy shit. Talking to Jim Morrison right now. Bitching about the record industry is the number one conversational piece, easily. Everybody wants to talk to Amy. Everybody wants to talk about Amy. Amy. I hear it. Maybe she wants the chance to talk too. She might be next. I don't know. Right. Why wasn't it enough back to Jim, why wasn't it enough for our lives to be sacrificed to wake any of them up? A lot of them weren't as miserable as you might think. I don't think they were as miserable as you think. Kurt maybe was sad, but he wasn't any more miserable as a rock star than he was before, and he was a lot less miserable in comparison on heroin. And that was just a bad take altogether. But the others weren't really necessarily miserable. They were just naive enough to do the drugs that the record industry gave to them. They trusted these people with their lives and they killed them. And that's like the problem is like, you know, it's not that no one's looking out for you, but some people are actively working against you, and that's what's so hard. It's who do you trust and who fucks up, you know? So no, they've all said that. They have all said that. Every single time I've channeled the three of them, especially, not so much with Kurt. I think Kurt was just voluntarily doing drugs and like that was his scene and it was whether or not the record industry in the long way got him into it was way different than he was seeking escapism from his depression. So it was a lot different. But Jimmy and Janice and Jim all say the same thing anytime I've channeled them, and that's the record company purposely got them into drugs and kept them hooked to drugs to get them to do what they wanted. They voluntarily all did their own thing. Jim voluntarily drank, and Janice and Jimmy, voluntarily would do psychedelics. Because the Grateful Dead, honestly, was a great example of a band who held out for a long time and ended up really owning their record companies. Speaking of Pigpen, they owned their record company. There's something special. Okay, this is okay. This is really kind of. I wish I could tell you all so much more than I want to tell you right now. But there's something. I want to say special, but I feel like there might be like a bias there, but it seems to ring true, which we'll have to look into a few things. But there is something special about Warner Brothers. But there's something strange about Warner Brothers. That's what I'm hearing. There's something special about them. But they're strange, right? But I've been noticing these things where, like, I kind of don't want to have this conversation. But then when you're talking to these people who are signed to these record companies, I want to know who everyone was signed to right now. Because I know the Grateful Dead was signed to Warner Brothers, and why did I just say, oh, they fucking owned their record company? Because they didn't own it. They pwned them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what, were you guys not signed to Warner Brothers? Or did they just get signed so late because they weren't signed until 1970 that they knew, well, Jim Morrison was still alive? Who were the Doors signed to? Rhino. Warner Music Group at some point. Elektra Records. It's like all the same bitch, basically. Why do so many things come up? It seems like Elektra Records is the overall answer. 7 albums. How many did they make? I don't really want to spend too much time looking this up, but like, what is Elektra and why do all these other record labels pop up? I don't know. Columbia Records signed Janice. Sony Music Entertainment. Warner Brothers. They were all signed by like different record companies too. So it's like they couldn't get away from what it really was or who it really was. And there's something about this industry and all the entertainment industries. I don't know. I don't want to cross contaminate these fucking conversations because this is something that I'm working up in regards to some of the other subjects that we talk about. Okay. I don't think it's okay. I'm glad we had that fucking conversation. Thank you. I missed so much of this. Okay, so record industry or their peer groups applying drugs different for everyone. That's what I'm saying is like a lot of them voluntarily took drugs, but some of them like I don't know how to explain that like these three were like so targeted with that stuff. But like Nico voluntarily was taking drugs, but that's also like Andy Warhol was most likely the big supplier and he was like had 10 years on them too. So he was like a creep and I don't like him. Um where like that was their friend and they were all just hanging out, but whether or not it was higher up, like that's like Reagan starting the crack epidemic is like the record industry starting the heroin epidemic. Did they directly give it to them? Probably not. Did they stick a needle in their arm? Honestly, maybe though, with some is what like there were things going on. So I'm glad we talked about the difference between like satanic and demonic and stuff last night. Leave Satan out of it. He collects sinners, he doesn't make them, right? He collects sinners, he doesn't make them. It's the jinns, it's the devils, it's the people you make deals with. Satan has nothing to do with it. That's maybe not a popular belief, but that's something that's ringing true these last 2 days is them showing me different entities or energies that there are like soul sucking demons, but there are like flesh eating devils. And Satan is like a bodyguard. I don't know if you were here for that part of the conversation last night, but Satan is more like a descendant of a dragon and is like a bodyguard where they run a prison down there. It's like you can be in hell and not be in prison. There's just also a prison in hell. So he will collect, right? But he's not inherently evil. He doesn't give a fuck what people do. But he's like, yo, if you, there are certain things, if you do that, it's 27 minutes to the hour, then there's consequences, man. But that's like for fucking pedophiles and shit. That's why, like, I don't talk to a lot of people, um, in the industry. It's part of it's personal, but like I said, it's not even personal because I wasn't into a lot of these musicians before I started talking to them. But I have a strict like I don't talk to certain types of people. So like, nah, you don't hear me talking to Prince really. You don't hear me talking to Bowie. You don't hear me talking to fucking any of these dead pedos, right? Like I'm not trying to get Chuck Berry on the line. Not really trying to talk to Jerry Lee Lewis or Elvis for a reason. But if people like John Lennon and Jim Morrison that I didn't give a fuck about are able to talk to me, then they kind of cleared of the conviction. And it's weird because I am curious about Michael and I don't hear anything from him, so I almost want to assume the worst, but I intuitively always felt like he was wrongly accused in a sense. Like, it sounds bad because there's so much evidence, but a lot of the story is so shady that it's actually sad, and I feel like he was wore out and wore down and was a weirdo, but not necessarily like a pedophile, you know? But I understand. I didn't watch the trials, and I know there was more compelling evidence than I've consumed, probably. So, no hard stance on that, but I haven't really talked to him, but I've seen him. So, it's like hard to say. Where people ask me about that stuff, and it's like there's a lot of murky water. It's like not everyone ends up an inmate, but at the same time, it's not great, right? Like, I don't know. So, respectfully, they know not to even try me in a sense. But that's why it's like if some of them do get through to me, I'm like, oh, okay, so you probably weren't fucking around with that shit, and that's why you're dead. And they're like, yeah, pretty much exactly. Like, how fucked up is that? Um, and like, what does that even entail, or what does that even mean? You know? But God, should I just say fuck it? Should we make this a little conspiracy? Because I have this kind of conspiracy going, and I may have brought it up before, but like I'm crossing over from like network to network or whatever. I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? Got some interesting theories, like I said, that I'm working on. It's hard to say what I'm directly working them for, other than the stream and feeling brave enough or confident enough in any given moment, which this feels like an appropriate time to bring this up. If you guys want to talk about aliens at all. And that's not to pass off these insidious human traits as extraterrestrial or not of this earth, because by no means am I saying that or excusing anyone's behavior. But why satanic when it could just be intergalactic? Not necessarily true, but some interesting stuff. Like I said, I can break it down. I'm seeing how it's relevant to the record industry because I noticed it in the television entertainment industry with someone entirely different. Because I was thinking about Fox Network. Okay, you can start there. This is the most obvious one. And why? Because of The Simpsons. Because The Simpsons. Everyone knows The Simpsons has predicted so many current events before they happen. Why is that? Oddly enough, The Simpsons is wild. Oddly enough, The X-Files was also same time as The Simpsons. Simpsons just kept going. Fox Network. Soon as fucking X-Files ends, Prison Break. You know the first episode of Prison Break? Dude's wrongfully accused of a murder, and they have video evidence that they photoshopped him into way before AI was like capable of making flawless videos. Like it was undetected. It was like technology that didn't exist at the time, incriminating this guy. Okay, like Fox Network. It's really bizarre. It's really bizarre where it was like, oh, it's not necessarily Matt Groening, whatever his name is, but all of Fox Network seems to be on that tip. Like, how and why is that? Right? And I know we brought this up because I thought about the Donnie Darko episode. The episode of X-Files, it's Donnie Darko, basically. And it's like, did whoever watched Donnie Darko be completely inspired by that one episode, or did they predict that movie, which did go into themes like time travel and Satanism and so many other things? No spoilers, but like, was that just a prediction or an inspiration? Because that's not what the episode was about. It's kind of crazy, okay? But then I think about like, nothing against NBC in particular necessarily, because I like some NBC shows, I think. But thinking about that is funny. Have you seen X-Files? It's like season 6 or 7. I can try to track it down. I'm not going to do it right now. No, maybe I will just do it. No, I'm not. So like when we look at Fox Network, that's all fucking weird. But NBC does shows like grown-ish, right? Black-ish, where they're kind of trying to like amalgamate people into like, oh, they're basically of age, or they're basically white, or they're basically this and that. Nothing against those shows. I haven't really seen them. I had a different example too with NBC. Oh, they did Community. Okay, so I love Community, don't get me wrong. But if you watch it, a lot of it did not age well, didn't hold up. And a big part of that is, of course, Dan Harmon made the show, right? So there's like a ton of flags for like the infantilization and sexualization of 18-year-old Annie throughout the entire series. Gross comments made by people like Jeff Winger about people like Annie, saying something, I want to say this verbatim, men crave young flesh. That is a disgusting thing to write. As an actor, I understand delivering your lines and like the whole point is you're supposed to hate Jeff Winger, but that's fucking disgusting. among other things. Yeah, no, it's a really like it's a great show, don't get me wrong. You love the characters. You can't disregard an entire work of thousands of people because of one guy. But Dan Harmon's a fucking creep. And in 2009 he was making pedo content as edgy comedy jokes on the internet, and NBC gave him a deal to make Community. So then we flash forward to now Justin Roiland's getting slammed for being a fucking abusive creep, right? Why the fuck did you give him and Dan Harmon a show in the first place? Mic drop. And get this. This is what's so uncomfortably not funny about the whole situation. In between those things happening, in between Community being on air and Rick and Morty being on air, you'll never guess. During Community, there's like this whole gig with Subway, right? It's like this big funny thing. Subway is like their rival in the show, whatever. In the last season, they get Jared, that old Subway spokes guy, to come on the episode and have this big endorsement with Subway. And in between Community being on air and Rick and Morty being on air, guess who absolutely did get busted and go to fucking prison for child pornography related charges? It was Jared. In case you weren't keeping up with that, it was Jared. So how the fuck did these dudes even get a TV show in the first place? If this wasn't the networks, if this wasn't NBC. Like, it's so beyond just these random dudes or random pedos in Hollywood. That's really weird, right? It is really, really weird. And it happened right in front of our eyes. And I get that we didn't know at the time, but then we did know. And yet, and instead of canceling Rick and Morty and cutting off the finances of this show, contributing to these insidious networks, we're firing that guy and replacing him with another one that nobody knows about. Cancel the show. Cancel the whole goddamn network. I know. And then people complain and say it's not that deep. Just separate the art from the artist, blah, 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 blah. Well, do you want to end sex trafficking and child abuse? Oh my God, yeah, did we? Or not? Do you want to keep separating the art from the artist and have tragedy strike and your children be in danger every day? Or do you want to do something different, consume better content, know who these people are before you decide to fucking worship them? Like, it's so insane. It's so insane. I just like, yeah, it's oh, Cass, I wanted to tell you something. This is the craziest thing. I don't think anyone else in the chat right now was there that night. But you remember when you were eating cereal and then like I guessed that you were eating Reese's Puffs because I love Reese's Puffs and I went into detail about how much I love them. And then someone else was like, oh, I bet it's Cocoa Pebbles. And you were like, no, it's Fruity Pebbles. And then you were like, wait, I'm out of Fruity Pebbles. Now it's Cocoa Pebbles. And I was like, wow, that guy literally was better at my game than I was. How crazy. The fucking next day, my internet went out, I think. But the fucking next day, my partner comes home with these. And I was like, oh, were you listening to my stream? And he was like, what? And I was like, did you hear the stream? He's like, no, I just know you like Reese's Puffs. And I was like, wow, maybe you did fall asleep with it on and subconsciously did hear me go on a tangent for like 5 minutes about Reese's Puffs, and that's why you bought them. But I don't know, it was pretty funny either way. Because, yeah, he is usually sleeping when I do these things because, yeah, but if he's up, he does tune in. So it's like hard to say if he did hear it subconsciously or not, but it was pretty funny. It was literally the next day, and I think, yeah, the internet cut out because I was so excited to tell you, and I forgot. And then, like, I've talked to you since then and still forgot. So I brought them over here to remember to tell you when you were here. So we can just chit chat conspiracy for the next 8 minutes, and then we'll run some ads, and go back into our uninterrupted hour of more specific channeling. Jim Morrison brought up some interesting points, started a really interesting conversation. Didn't really get us sidetracked, but we're in a deep dive at this point because I have a feeling that all of this will become extremely relevant over the course of the night. So we kind of dove into Fox Network being like very kind of like a little bit questionable time travel alien stuff, right? Like predicting the future, but also like totally being like but oddly enough, Fox News has such the reputation that it does for people who are more closed-minded and religious-based rather than scientific. And so it's kind of ironic that they draw such a different crowd than what they portray, is it not? But is that not what they'd want to do? Either way, it's almost just as interesting to look at Warner Brothers because they very similarly, like they had their whole frog mascot for like the 90s, which I thought was kind of funny. And they did the show Roswell, which of course was like Hype Train, X-Files, but it was like a totally different take on aliens. And they are all about making everything full circle throughout there. It's just like an interesting thing that they do. Like there is something so special about like the art that they create in a way. Especially like even I said, culturally speaking, my music taste went from the Grateful Dead to the Flaming Lips, which they don't sound alike, but they're both these like weird jam cult following bands that are both signed to Warner Brothers. So it's like it's like a vibe for sure. But even looking at their television network and having, like I said, shows like Roswell or like the amphibious creature being their mascot seems odd because what the fuck even was that? And then he just disappeared. Like that's right. Moving straight to looking at Lionsgate, which I think is, I don't know if it's exclusively movies, but that's the other thing is like this August we were talking about and celebrating Lionsgate, but that's why there's a lot of speculation behind it because some people think it's some kind of weird ritualistic thing that they associate with what they think is Satanism. But it shares the name for the reason, right? So we just see these kind of occult symbols, but a lot of it does feel like it has that otherworldly influence, right? In the same way that people are like, oh, whoever made The Simpsons is a time traveler. I'm like, is it time travel or is it just time's different? Just a different reality. Or people forcing their hand, making these things reality, giving us a warning, letting us know what's going to happen, and then making it happen. Or, of course, that's how they make things happen. We don't know. There could be some greater entity domaining over this, or it's just really clever humans who share in this connectivity of we are all connected. It's really just the pedophilia stuff that throws me through a loop. You know? That's the one thing, the biggest hang up, where it's like y'all can do your drugs, y'all can kill people if you want to, as long as they're like consenting adults and shit. What the fuck? Why is that the thing? And there's so much speculation on that too, because it's like, oh, rich people have nothing else to do. They get bored, they seek thrills, they've done everything else. It's like you're literally telling me the lack of struggle leads to pedophilia because that sounds like you're trying to keep people in poverty. That kind of sounds like you want people to think it's better to be poor just because these psychotic narcissists got their way and got enough money to be able to do psychotic shit and act like total psychopaths and pedophiles. That has nothing to do with being rich. Plenty of rich people keep themselves busy without wanting to diddle and dabble in children. Holy fuck. We have to just drop this narrative that it's like normal, usual business and start being like, no, we should be outing them. And if it turns out we out so many, then so be it. Get ready to let go of your faves. Like, damn. The revolution will not be televised, but of course it might be streamed. We got to talk to each other somehow, right? If we have a global network and we have a global broadcast, then we need to utilize it in the way that organizes us into some sort of graceful fashion enough to say, hey, maybe we do have a moral compass. Maybe it needs to be adjusted. Maybe we can agree that there are like three bad things, right? And that sometimes you have to accept that everyone does die and that everyone makes their choices and everyone has rights. And if we disagree on that, then we can come after their asses. The revolution will not be televised, but it might be streamed. Shit. That's the Jim in me, you know? That's what these people inspire in me. They always have. And then the more you learn and the more you dive in, you would think I'd be deterred knowing that they could just up and kill me with pretty much absolutely zero consequences because like six people saw this video and I'm basically no one, right? Like I got loved ones and I'm a white girl. Is that going to be my saving grace? Probably. I don't know. Why not necessarily forever? You would think that in my old age, I'd be more apt to shutting the fuck up, and you'd think that they taught me that lesson with how many times I was scared out of speaking the truth or being, amen. Y'all are the witness, right? Just in case something did happen where it's like, where is the line? Are we not allowed to question what they do? Are we not allowed to point the stuff out? Is it full mafia style? They're going to come after me. Do they pay that much attention? Would I pop up on their radar? Do they have their own search engines? Like, you'd think in my old age. Oh, no, you didn't. Anyways, we're going to run some ads. I got like a minute until we got to roll, until the pre-rolls roll. So basically, I'll be back in 3 minutes for a few minutes, then be gone for another 3 minutes, come back for a few minutes, etc., until we get a full interrupted hour of no ads. And then we'll be back in the flow of the tarot. So we'll just chit chat about whatever, conspiracy, this, that, until the ad breaks are over, and then we'll be back into tarot. So, on that note, be right back, yo. All right. Yeah, okay, I ripped the bong and caught me. So I'm on chat mode until we get through the ads. I don't want you to think I'm about to just jump into cards when I'm literally waiting for the clock to replenish until I can play 3 more minutes of ads so we can collect time in which the ads don't run. It's like a whole thing if you don't already know. So this pink screen is just means that we are doing that for the next like 10 or 15 minutes. I don't know how long it usually takes. And then we'll be back to the tarot, which will be signified with the turquoise stream. Square, whatever. You get it. Here we are. So I know towards the end of the first part of the stream, we did get heavily into conspiracy and somehow turned dead people into aliens, but I feel like that's just the vibe this year is to be on the alien tip, and it's Aquarius season. And I think my Aquarius moon is the placement that makes me so into the whole extraterrestrial, maybe even gives me the capabilities of doing the whole communicating thing. I don't know. I don't think star placements would actually gift you the ability to do anything. But I also was telling Scorpios that they're like so intuitive and close with death last night, so like who am I to say it wouldn't? um it's cool. I have that Dr. Dog song stuck in my head. It's like the only Dr. Dog song I know. They were so cool back in the day, and I didn't realize they've been making music since the 90s. And I think I saw them. I guess I did see them at Bonnaroo at one point, and it was cool. It was hot. It was like daytime. And that was like 10 years later after they started making music, which is crazy to think that they had like some 3 p.m. show in the fucking heat of Tennessee in 2010. But that song, Where'd All the Time Go? Yeah, I fucking saw Steve Martin that weekend, same set. He played like noon. He's just Steve Martin up there fucking on the banjo and singing like an angel. Like that guy was so good. He was easily one of the best performances I've ever seen. Like not ever because he's just like an old dude playing banjo, but it was one of the most iconic shows I saw that Bonnaroo year for sure. Um, he was jamming hard, brethren. Like he was not doing no fucking stand up comedy. He was fucking jamming. Thank you. And his voice sounded really good, like it sounded good. Hey. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Yeah. I don't really know anything by them. They're like the ones that kind of sound like Led Zeppelin, but without all the pedophilia. So, yeah, that'll be great. Sorry, it's not funny. Too soon. Like, get over it. Yeah, that'd be cool. What's up with his evil toothbrush situation? It's a very enthusiastic hey. We're just chit chatting right now. We're doing this whole like venture into the depths of hell so we can talk to the 27 Club themselves. Yeah, you're on the wrong channel, buddy. Sorry, but I'm actually very unapologetic about the situation. So now that I've made it awkward, yeah, because I got some cards right here. Okay. I mean, I could be the first to admit that I've been a bit bitchy today. No. Didn't you read the rules before you started chatting? Bummer. Yeah. True, you can go to my website and you can buy yourself a personal reading, and then I will absolutely get you a reading. But can you just show up on my channel, someone I don't even know, and think that a simple, formal hello is going to be enough to derail the attention of my entire stream onto you to blast your personal business on air? That seems a bit weird. That being said, ad break. Be right back. All right, did we get it all out of our systems now? Does everybody feel better? Are we all on the same page? Perhaps, perhaps not. Either way, I'm gonna keep going. Um, we're gonna do one more round of ads when the thing comes back. Hi, and then we'll be moving back to tarot. So for now, just killing a few minutes until the ad replenishes. If anybody's got quick questions, anyways, if it bleeds into our tarot space, that's fine too, as long as it's relevant. Um, I love that. I think I am too. Like, I don't think I'm too high of a vibration because that can just be as irritating, nor am I low because that could be destructive. So I think we are all middle vibration here. This is a very mid vibe room. It's a great vibe, but it's stuck in the middle with you, you know. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. It's called balance, baby. We know when to get low, and we know when to go high. And unfortunately, the only road is the one in the middle. So until you get a fork, bye bye. Great. Like yeah, I make reference to it a lot, but and I know that y'all have been here, so you haven't really seen my chat rules probably since they've been updated, or like if you did, it was a long time ago. But it does say right in my chat rules that I don't do personal readings and not to ask for a personal reading. So it just goes to show you that that's why I get a little defensive when people do that, because it's like, well, you disregarded me. Yeah, I'm gonna really spark this once we get to the tarot zone. So you've got a few minutes before that happens. So get your shit together. Let's say yeah, we'll be doing a smoke sesh. Mm-hmm. Fuck yeah. Um, we're just gonna do one more ad break so we get that full uninterrupted 60 minutes together with our deceased friends. Um, so yeah, we're just chatting in the meantime. I was feeling really in it, but it was really easy to get out of it too. But I feel like they just are ebbing and flowing with me, and I think I have a deep bond with many of them, and no bond with others, and it's so that it feels like we're all working together on this. It's very different feeling than some of the other nights I've had, but I think it's just partially because I was knowingly putting so many people in at once. Whereas the only other night that I can remember that had almost as many people, but not quite as many people, was the Frida's night during Halloween. It was like Frida Kahlo and a few others like Mango and someone else listed. But then as the night went on, we just kind of kept it was Jackson Pollock. So as the night went on, we just kept adding people, and I think I got up to 6. But in this scenario, I was prepared for 6. So like then I was prepared for 3, and then once I was in, a few more people showed up. Sure, whatever. But tonight it was like I knew it was gonna be 7 people. So all day long, I was kind of working on how to maintain all 7 of their energies in a sense. And when I say 7, am I counting Nico in that? I don't remember. I don't need to keep counting their actual names. Nice. Love that. No weed is trash weed. Tell you that much. Janice, Jimmy, Jim, Amy, Robert, Kurt, Pigpen. Yeah, so 8 technically with Nico being the host. There's 8 that I signed up to do. That's like so crazy to me. And ambitious. If we don't get individual messages from each individual, like don't be surprised. It might just be general vibes. I'm gonna try to put everybody in, but it was hard to pick and choose when it comes to that club. But Kurt's birthday's coming up, so he'll probably pop back up. Pigpen really never gets the floor, so I'm really hoping to talk to him. And Janice's birthday is, this is the makeup party, so there's definitely people who are more priority, but Jim kind of got the ball rolling. And Nico's hosting, so Nico will be in and out too. The way I channel Nico is so funny because I just become her so much, become her. And it's fun. to an extent, but it's also like, could it be dangerous? I don't really know. There's not really that much science behind it, right? And it's not necessarily like as strict as a personality disorder where I don't believe I am her. I just believe I can talk to her. So ponder that, and I'll be right back. And hopefully this will be the last of our ads. Yeah, and that's so true. So we'll be right back. Okay, y'all. Hey. Going to the tarot. Look, I got my sunglasses off again. Every time I take a break, I take my sunglasses off. This is what I really look like if you've never seen me before. And I do wear prescription glasses usually. So whenever I don't have my prescription glasses on, I can't see as well. And you'll notice that I hover to the screen, and it feels odd to me to catch myself doing that. And these, of course, are not my prescription sunglasses, even though I do have several pair. These are just regular, I don't want to fucking see shit, I've seen enough Daisy sunglasses to represent both Kurt Cobain and a little bit of Janice Flair, don't you think? I think the outfit really took us there. And I just want to say, like, I know I'm being petty, but it's for all of them, right? I had to go with the black jeans, just like the straight up black pants, black shirt, because they all pretty much wore jeans. Yeah, no, I know. Like Kurt was pretty much always in blue jeans, and so I thought about wearing my jeans, but like we had the leather, the black leather for Jim, and then like Jimmy would both wear blue jeans and black jeans. And so I was like, fuck it, because then also Robert Johnson are like, he's not pictured in anything but a suit pretty much ever. So I was like, all right, I gotta at least put like the nicest looking pair of pants I have on. And I had to have at least one collar and at least two patterns to incorporate everyone's looks. Honestly, my Amy look is the black jeans and like my cool belt, like my little fashion belt, not the bells, but my belt, and my bra. If it was summertime out, it just says USA, even though I think she's British. But it's like it just was a look, and I was like, this is Amy for sure. So like I definitely went there. Thank you. Thank you. I want to take a moment for the fuck of fashion, okay? For the fuck of fashion. I also wish I had my Carmex on me, but instead, I guess I'll put more lipstick on because I feel like I don't want my lips to be dry right now. And they're not really dry, but I'm running my mouth. You know what I mean? What type of style? Love that. Why not just do it though? Like you have to understand, I've dressed like this always. I do it for special occasions, but yeah, I mean, just dress how you want to. I just am inspired by different things every day. Every time I buy clothes, it's never to go with whatever's in my closet. I think a lot of people shop like that, where they're like, oh, this goes with my such and such, and this can be universal. I just buy stuff I like, and then I'm forced to put it together, and that's fashion. Or it's chopped, you know? Might just be chopped. Chop, chop. Alright, so we're about to go back in. I'm gonna light some incense. I lit a Cancer incense, so I'm just gonna go, I guess, Leo next. Oh, I grabbed Virgo. I know there's a few Virgos in the room. I meant to grab Leo, grab Virgo instead. Sounds good. Yeah. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. So, if you're just tuning in, which it looks like a bunch of people keep tuning in and they're like, yeah, I'm not tuned into this bitch at all, and that's fine. They don't have to be. It's not for them, it's for us, right? Either way, if you are just tuning in, welcome to the 27 Club celebration of life and death on the 27th of January, 2023. Your host, Nico. Just kidding. Kidding, but not kidding. So, I'm going to shuffle some cards before I rock this joint. I'm hearing hide and seek in my head right now. Ooh, what you say? Ooh, that you only meant well. Well, of course you did. What you say? Ooh, that it's all for the best. Of course it is. What you say? Ooh, and it's just what we need. And you decided this. What you say? Ooh, what did you say? Ransom notes keep falling out your mouth. Something, something, people look at us. Speak no, feeling no, I don't believe you. You don't care a bit, you don't care a bit. You can't stand the Jason Derulo remix that sampled the original, right? I think that's what you're talking about, right? You can't not like Imogen Heap's most beautiful, tragically personal grief expression. Okay, yeah, that's not what we're singing, homie. That is not what the fuck we're singing. I mean, I guess I can't really speak for Polaroid Boy, but I would not. As much as I do like some Jason Derulo songs, like the gay ones, right? Like about fireworks and stuff. Um, yeah, but Imogen Heap, that was an anthem that we didn't deserve. A true Sag queen. You know, she's like 6'1" in a Sagittarius. Like, bring it, baby, please. Like, we love her. She was the era. She was the moment. She literally invented indie girls, and she is everything. And she means nothing to anyone anymore. And her whole legacy destroyed one Jason Derulo song. It's literally tragic. It's hard to forgive him for that. I like trumpets, but god damn it, dude. Why would you make a pop song out of literally the most emotional, like tragic expression of grief ever written? Why would you turn that into what did you say? Like, that's sad. That's really sad. It's upsetting. To everyone, apparently. Why did that song come up? She's not in the club. She's still alive. Also, what are my bangs doing, my guy? Earlier today, get this, I was looking at pictures of everybody, like I said, and Janice was such an innovator, right? She had a side bang. She had side bangs. She had side swipe bangs for like her whole life. She sometimes did like the face frame part. But she had side swipe bangs forever. So earlier today, I tried to get my bangs to side swipe and they wouldn't. And now, when is this because I put the sunglasses up and down, and now they're doing the Janice thing? So I guess Janice is up, to say the least. I'd like to do a song about great social and political import. Shut up. God. Oh Lord, that's what I'm saying. Earlier today, I had like in the front, and I was like trying to fix it, thinking the side thing would help. It didn't. That's why it's just like so weird. They literally look laid out perfect right now for no reason. LOL. I'm ready to smoke. Yeah, we're gonna smoke one for Janice. This is her birthday makeup session. So happy birthday, Janice. Imagine Nico singing happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I don't know why the wand just popped into my head. Oh, I love that. Love that. Mine's right. You can see mine too. They're going towards each other. Our smokes kiss. I'm hearing the wand actually right now, but I don't know why. It's almost like they're using references to music they like or something, even though the wand came out after they died. It's kind of weird. Cheeky spoke. Janice, right? She got that iconic voice. I feel like she's so Capricorn. It's so funny. I feel like that's why she's so about her birthday. It's literally the last day of Capricorn, and it feels like it should be Aquarius season, but it's hardcore Capricorn, and the next day you're like, oh, Capricorn season's over. It's a very blunt switch. Some of the seasons are more fluid, you know, but all the Earth seasons are very much like bump, bump, start, end, done, next. The Capricorn, she just is always sending me. It's like seeing it seeing that energy in other Capricorns, right? But the thing is, the funny thing about it is like Janice was kind of known to be self-conscious when she was talking or even like just lounging around. She was like, the only time she was confident was on stage, you know? And as someone with stage fright, I'm the opposite. I'm like way more confident in walking through life and doing on camera stuff and talking to strangers. Whereas the fact that I sing on here is completely mind blowing. If you would have told me that I would just casually sing in front of anybody, especially strangers on the internet, like a year ago. Okay, maybe longer than that because I always break out in a song in my YouTube videos too. If you would have told me that I would do it live, it just couldn't, there would have been no part of me that believed you. There's this very shyness about Capricorn that I think people underestimate because of the bold nature of the way they come in and sometimes the unevolved versions of themselves trying to become the boldness. This tastes like fucking rope, dude. Okay. Rope is like such old slang, like older than me smoking weed. And this tastes different. This is like something, whatever fucking Janice was smoking. This is like, the chase just literally changed. We're getting into Janice time for sure. She is here to speak in such a way that feels personal to me, this Capricorn thing. Make me think twice about some things. Also burning in my nose, and I feel like she was snorting cocaine and they slipped her heroin, and that was how, when we were going back to the record company conversation, is that she knew she was doing cocaine with her friends. These jocks come in and they give you really good shit a few times, give you some better shit, blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden they give you something different, and boom, it hits you. And you, what the fuck is this? And like, oh, didn't anybody tell you? It's heroin. It's the vibe now, you know. So as much as we voluntarily and consented to doing a lot of drugs and whatever, we didn't necessarily consent to doing all that. And them damn tricksters did indeed trick us because that's what the whole point of it was, you know, was to get us into some stuff that we couldn't get out of. And I still, to this day, wish that I would have gotten myself out of it, but I didn't have anyone. I was a runaway. And I didn't talk to my family. I was estranged from them before I was famous. They tried to come back because I was famous. And I couldn't do it, and I never talked to them again. Where is Janice from? Why do I have this like country accent coming through? But you know, and earlier today I was thinking about Carrie Underwood. And this I'm saying, I was thinking about Carrie Underwood singing that song to myself, and I knew in that moment, I was like, if Janis Joplin was anybody, it'd be Carrie Underwood. Craziest thing, it is her favorite modern artist, Carrie Underwood. Hands down, easily her absolute favorite song that's come up. Is she from Texas? That makes sense. So her favorite artist is Carrie Underwood. Because that girl got guts. She made that song. She went up on that stage. She was on the TV, and that's okay. What did you say? We're doing some channeling now. We'll talk about it later, Dom. I love you. Nothing you did. Oh my God. I didn't. If I was upset at you, I was also joking back because I like you and you're cool. I wasn't really mad. When I was like, okay, I was just teasing you. The only person I was a dick to today was that rando who wanted to get a reading off me for absolutely no reason. You're fine. I like wholly snapped out of my channel for you. Love you. Thank you for that. Okay, so yeah, Carrie Underwood's her fucking favorite because she just was so bold to get up on the TV. It's one thing to sing at a fucking festival that people might remember or watch some fucking footage of, but to be on a fucking screen all at once like that, that was just something I never really did do. in my lifetime. So I just thought Carrie Underwood was so great for that. And then that song about that man cheating, that just really was the what I needed to hear. Um, oh, that's funny. All right, but drop it. We'll talk about it later. I love you, no hard feelings. Carrie Underwood, she told me that earlier today. I don't know. I was thinking about the next time that he cheats. Yeah, thank you, Polaroid Boy. So true. And sometimes I mean it, but I can still not really mean it, you know? Sometimes I could be serious about something, but still, like, fucking be teasing you about it, if that makes sense. Um, cool. But, yeah, Carrie Underwood, her favorite, her person of choice. And she would have liked to use her voice in that way, make country music instead of blues music. She liked blues music because she could smoke as much as she wanted to. Nobody ever told her to quit. And they told her if she wanted to sing country music, that she had to quit smoking. So she stuck with the blues. It's funny how I'm speaking in third person, but with this accent, and it's almost like there is this dissonance between who Janice was as a human being and who comes in to talk about Janice as though she has already lived. Oh, that is fucking really weird. That's like really fucking weird. Especially because you were here last night, so you knew this was coming up. And like I said, the reason this is coming up now is because earlier today, that song popped in my head, and I immediately thought about Janis Joplin and how she's almost a country singer, but she isn't. And that's what she's saying. She's like, yep, my record company told me if I quit smoking, I could be a country star like I had always wanted, because that's what I really did want. I'm fucking from Fort Worth, Texas. It's not Fort Worth, but backwoods. It didn't matter. I was from Texas and I wanted to make country music, but they told me that it sounded too much like Johnny Cash and that they'd fare better with the blues. So that's what I did. And I broke my own heart trying to fucking write the blues. And that's why I did so many damn covers, because I wrote country songs. And that's why, Bobby McGee is so much different than Peace in My Heart, because I was trying to write for myself and be myself while still trying to be the image of blues. And I think I wish I didn't do all that and would have been more myself throughout my whole career and wore my bangs to the side more. Thank you. These people do it for me, and I think that's why I share it, is because it's like, holy shit, some of the stuff I've said is so mind blowing and truthful or wise. These messages that I have received. Janice is clearly not done. This fucking accent is fucking taking me places. But these gifts of bread and wine, no, get out of here, Jesus. Whatever you're saying, I agree. I agree. Maybe they say I agree. Wholeheartedly, wholeheartedly love this gal. So I just wanted to make music like a Texan, and they got me caught up in the blues and on the circuit with the people like Grateful Dead and my band, the big band. What are they called, man? I had a bad memory every time. What the fuck was my band? Quicksilver, right? Okay. Who came up with that name? I don't think it was me, and everybody says it was me, but I don't think it was me. But that's my bad memory, so I don't know. And I just did want to make country music, and I'm proud of all the country girls for sticking to it, because that is what country women are about: getting revenge on their beaten ass husbands and fucking getting the fuck out of town, getting out of Dodge, and done living their lives. So I just wanted to represent that more in my music, and I ended up being a bleeding heart. Not ringing a bell to me. Not ringing a bell to me. Who the fuck is Marty Robbins? Smarty Marty. I think if he had a nickname, Smarty Marty, maybe. And so if it's Smarty Marty, then yes, that's true. So, I think I think my biggest regret was putting so much love into my music and not enough revenge. I think I would have wanted to be a more badass woman, but I did want to be naked and I didn't want to seem crazy, so it only was appropriate that if I had my tits out, I had to be kind and gentle and loving. Because if I had my tits out and I was going on a tangent like Carrie Underwood or the chicks or Gretchen Wilson would do, something like kill this man, he's cheating. And I just think that I just wish I would have done that, but I think my purpose was to be the tits and the ass, because that's what I was just meant to do, was sing the blues. Um, it was kind of cool. It was kind of cool. You know, it was cool, but I didn't really love being a bleeding heart because people didn't even see me that way. Nobody ever wanted to be affectionate with me, and nobody ever wanted to date me, and nobody, wanted to heal my broken heart, and they just assumed it was so broken. But I think what broke me the most was not doing what I wanted to do. So of course you know, clocked out. It just wasn't for me. I was too deep in it. The record companies were giving us drugs, and there was no fight in me. There was no fight in me. I just wanted to die. I did. I did. I did. I did. I did. So I did. But I hope that I kind of inspired the girls like Carrie Underwood back in Texas, like where I'm from. That'd be crazy if they were from the same place. And I did not fucking know that. But no, for real. Even if she was from Texas at all, I can't remember where she's from. Um, I hope that I at least inspire those girls to be able to stand up and say more than they were just crying about a boy, because there's so much more to life than that. And these men cry. Wait, shut the fuck up. These men, these Capricorn. What are we talking about anymore? These men cry much more than these women do. And then they criticize women for crying because they didn't show anybody their tears, and they're mad about it. I guarantee you, most of the men you deal with cry much more than you women do. But that was the beautiful thing about music, is we could just get it all out of our systems and move and keep moving. But sometimes you get slowed down in the Bricktown. That's funny. That's Oklahoma City, isn't it? Bricktown. Um, but they build their fortunes on the backs of us all, and eventually you just fall to it. You fall to something if you don't stand for something, and I fell to it immediately. I sold myself out, just not even making my own music, not quitting smoking, if that's what it would have taken. And just really kind of wish I would have grown up. I feel like I'm getting Nico now, and she's like, "Yeah, no, you don't." And it's like, it's just the host. It's so funny. I think that's it for Janice. That was intense. That was cool though. Like that accent was fucking. It wasn't even consistent. That's what's so funny about it. But her accent probably became pretty inconsistent because she was like in California, like at some like a extended period of her time, right? So it's just funny that her accent would come in and out too. Hello, Panda Person Bot. I feel like you were here a long time ago, weren't you? Yeah, August. I would consider August a long time ago. Let's find out. I feel like I'm hearing some harsh words being exchanged. Okay, sorry. We never do that on this channel. We're doing a thing right now. Shh. Okay, I'm feeling like some animosity, which is awkward because it's like, how'd we get through this whole day, night, evening, morning already, and now it's like it feels like Nico saying some not so nice things about fucking Amy. But I think Amy's next. I feel like it's Amy. She's apprehensive. She's nervous. She didn't interview much when she was alive. We're doing channel messages. Okay. I don't think she entered. Maybe she did. I could be wrong, but she was struggling so hard. Thanks, Dom. She struggled so hard. Yeah, definitely Amy. So Amy Winehouse is up next on the roster. It's not hard to accept death. It's hard to look back at my life and realize like I was barely even alive before I died. And I think that's the hardest part. It's weird how she's giving this like American accent, but wasn't she British? Maybe I'm just not fully channeling it. I don't know. It's just like this horrible energy. It's not a horrible energy. It's like, it's sad. It's stuff I don't want to say about her that she's saying about herself, kind of. But I think the whole point is the reality of the situation is you can't sit here and be sad when you let that happen in the first place, where she was a fucking mess and she was fucking trash. And she did go up on stage with her hair a mess. And nobody helped her, stopped her, except for her dad saying, get help. When in reality, there was no record company looking out for my best interest, right? Because why would they let me do that? Why would they let me act that way or be that way? Unless they wanted me to fail and ultimately, same thing, just die, So it's very hard to talk about because Island Records, what the fuck? Why are they all signed to different record companies? That's what's really, really mind blowing, in a way. Oh, she's a Virgo. I'm burning Virgo incense right now. I thought she was a Cancer. Holy shit, I thought her birthday was July 14th and it's September 14th. Whoa. Whoa. Sorry, I feel a little Kleenex. I'm going to use this. They're too big for situations like this. She died at the July 23rd. That must be what I was thinking of, Cancer season. That's so weird that I was going for Cancer, picked up Virgo, lit Virgo, and then decided that Amy Winehouse was next, and turns out she's a Virgo, so I guess we knew exactly what the fuck we were doing. Yeah, that's pretty insane. Okay, so Amy, oh my god, Amy Winehouse, it's hard. She doesn't have the luxury of looking back and being proud of her legacy and have a career built or a family left behind. She was a total fucking mess and was ripped away from her whole life. So we kind of all knew this was going to be a tough one. Really emotional. She's never done this before, really. Not really in touch with this side of the world. She wasn't into these kind of psychedelic drugs that lead people to these paths, so to speak. It's hard, yeah. No, it's a tough one. That's why 27 looks so different on everyone. She didn't have anything figured out. She just had like this raw talent that they knew they could take advantage of because she was already on drugs by the time she was signed. She was just like, it's who she was. So it's like they didn't even have to put drugs under my nose like they did to Janice or whatever. They just sought me out because I was a drug addict who could sing. Somebody literally heard me singing on the street. It's not like I was living on the street, but I was just on the street looking exactly like I did with my ratted hair and my shorts and my wife beaters. It's like all I ever wore. And I wish I would have dressed up. I had money, and I did occasionally wear a jumper, but I like wish I would have done more than just fucking drugs with my money and all that. So I really came up from nothing, but I didn't become nothing either. So if I could have, done it again, I probably would have. Probably never would have touched anything. Of course, who wouldn't say that? But I just would have probably gotten clean and looked at my life better if I would have made it even to my 28th birthday, I think. Or I'd like to hope, anyways. But I hope that girls that listen to my music understand that it killed me to be that person, and that it helps them get better because I did it. So I hope they don't listen to it while they're doing drugs, but while they're getting clean. So I hope that's how people will remember me. It's sweet that they remember me as so much more than I really was, because I don't feel like I was that person at all. Thank you. Oh my god. I think that's it. That was so sad. We all saw that coming though. We like all knew it was gonna be like that. Yeah. So I'm just gonna keep crying. I know. I just like literally will keep crying and keep crying. It's just one of those. Yeah. 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 It's really fucked up. That's the thing. The way that they do these things is like it isn't just going to be the same across the board. It's not the same industries. It's not the same record companies. It's not the same methods. It's not the same genres or people. I think that's a huge takeaway from that too. Is how she was saying they scouted her specifically because she was a drug addict that could sing. You know what I mean? Um, she'd be easy to take advantage of, and she was. It was easier for her to just like stay in character at that point. They were like, no, you're great just as you are. You don't need him. You don't need help. You don't need. I know. And she was like, you shouldn't. It's so sad. She's like, no, you shouldn't. People learn a lot in life and death and blah, blah, blah. She hates that song. The fucking Rehab song. She fucking hates that song. Yeah, I know what you mean. Whew, that's why I was gonna get alcohol, but also they're probably all trying to be like, man, you're not supposed to be drinking. We're Cali sober, dude. She fucking hates that song so much. And I think Valerie is such a classic, right? That was like worth everything. Like, she. Oh my gosh. Valerie was like worth it all to her, but that Rehab song was just like exactly what she needs. Like, she wished she just was never like that and did all that. But Valerie made it worth it, and she wishes she covered that Leonard Cohen song, Suzanne. Because if you could imagine Amy Winehouse singing that song, it's what she wanted to do next. She always liked Leonard Cohen. He's a Virgo too, and she wanted Valerie to be like Suzanne, you know, in her own style, in her own way. And she wanted to cover that song with him. But when he was alive, right? He only died a few years ago. She died in 2011 and he died in like 2017, right? Oh, yeah, 2016. Yeah. I think he wouldn't work with her. I don't think we can verify the story at all, but he wouldn't do it. She like wanted to. It was like, oh, it's such an inspiration. Like Suzanne had wanted to do it with him, and he wouldn't work with her because she was a fucking raging drug addict. So, place where everyone meets again is a beautiful place indeed, my friend. Whew, probably write that one down. That's really, really precious. Suzanne takes you down. So at the time, she felt really rejected, that people didn't want to work with her, and other musicians didn't take her seriously because they shouldn't have, and she gets that now. But she wishes like more people would have actually had the same approach as like Leonard Cohen, who just was like kind of scoffed at her for even having the audacity to think that he'd want to do something like that in the state that she was in, the way she was. So it was good on him to do nothing in that way, and it should have taught me more than it did. But there was nobody really saying anything good in my ear, to say the least. So. Got her to stop crying at least. Holy fuck, that was like so overwhelming. I like was fucking ready to bawl my eyes out. I still kind of am, but like, yeah, I can't believe she's a Virgo and everything. That's just so wild. That was so wild. All of this is. Suzanne takes me down to a place by a river. You can hear the boats go by. You can look across the water. I don't know. And you know that she's half crazy, but that's why you wanna be there. And she'll feed you tea and oranges that come all the way from China. Oh man. I think we needed just some quiet time. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. Oh my god. 100% of the waterproof mascara though. Look at that. My makeup still intact. I'm not sponsored or advertising because it's like $3 mascara from the local beauty store. So shout out more to the local beauty store than whatever the fuck is very vaguely marked Nika K. I'm not really sure. I don't really know. I don't know. But I just was crying, and I still have mascara. So pretty impressive waterproof mascara. Because non-waterproof mascara, let me tell you, I cry enough to know that it would be. So yeah, taking a quick. Mine still has quite a ways to go. kind of incense are burning. Why is my forehead so big? Bro, where's Rihanna at? Trying to bump foreheads. No, I'm just kidding. But like, whose forehead is literally bigger than mine? Maybe Rihanna. Maybe. Like, I don't. Fucking huge, man. Alright. Relax. That's why I look good with bangs, bro. People are like, wow, I'd be so scared to cut my bangs. I'm like, I'm not. I got enough forehead to make any length look not that weird. When I have short bangs to here, you know, like my punk bangs, it just looks like it looks like I have a normal size forehead. I don't know how else to explain it. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking helps anyway. Wow. I might just switch to the we still have like 17 minutes until the next ad break, but I'm switching to the chat. We just did back to back, like really intense readings. It's not super late in the night, and I'm not feeling exhausted. They're doing a nice job of pacing this whole night, I think, considering it's like so many people, but I'm taking probably the next few, whatever, to chill, you know? And maybe we'll do 30-minute intervals instead of these 60-minute ad breaks. Is silly when I'm doing the channel messages. It's not the same as doing tarot. Because it's only like the one, I mean, most of the time the channel messages will last like 10 minutes, or it'll be like incrementing over the night, or if it's really long, I'll be really in it, and it's usually when no one's here to talk to. It gets creepy. Like that last one during the Halloween time with Nico and Lou, it was like a little too personal, and no one was here and like chatting. You know, there was like 3 silent viewers, and like one person would be like, "Hey," and then like bots. And then I didn't stream for a month, so that lasted. I feel like I was just like 40 minutes straight or something. I don't know. Yeah. Ooh, I got cold. Took off the sunglasses, so I had to put my Kurt Cobain sweater on. Oversized and striped green. That's Kurt Cobain, right? With both, it's like, who am I? And the hair. Incidentally, I'm in my Kurt Cobain era. Not yet tonight, no, but I've done it before. This time for the ad break, I'm just gonna roll 3 minutes, and then we'll have a 30-minute section where I feel like Kurt is next, but I took a break. Yeah. I feel like he's next, oddly enough. I feel like Secession, because we did Amy, feels most natural to do Kurt next. And then I feel like Robert Johnson is like pulling teeth, man, but he might be with Kurt there. And then who's left? Jimmy? Pigpen? Pigpen being the star of the show. Love that. Well, he's next, so if you're trying to like do something like that, you might want to do it now. You got like 20 minutes. So do what you gotta do. For sure. That should be it. And then if anybody wants to pop back up, they can. I'm just keeping it moving until the end of the night, I guess. You know what I mean? So just a quick chat break, so I don't lose myself, my mind. It's crazy because I can understand why people would discredit what I do, or even like make fun of or shame what I do, in the sense of like associating it with mental health or even like attention seeking or whatever. And when I do things like celebrity channeling, it's like, who am I to say how much of that is true? But the accuracy that I get from the personal readings I do is just like the feedback can be so mind blowing sometimes, or even when I catch people off guard or random. Well, okay, it's funny that I was saying that and then you asked that question, because there is a lag, so I'm just seeing your message. But That's questionable because I think I didn't understand. Okay, I grew up Catholic and like I went to Catholic school, and in the classrooms, there's like a hanging cross with Jesus's dead body everywhere in the church, in the school, in the classrooms, on chains. Like he would wear the crucifix. It's like I was very like emotionally and socially attached to a dead person. He was known for being dead and coming back from the dead, being tortured and slowly killed, right? So being told to pray to him, I was like 2,000 years old and like died once, and they don't really establish did he die again. I was always lost on that. So I always thought prayer, didn't everybody hear Jesus? Like, didn't everybody talk to Jesus? That's the whole point. This is what they tell you to do. So, where did the necromancy begin other than there? But it wasn't until tragedy struck my brain, traumatized me as like a teenager, that I think it kicked in when I knew murder victims, that I felt left with a lot of things unsaid, that it came to me as what it was, and that was seeing and feeling and hearing dead people. Because if I knew them, I was able to make the realization. Whereas if it was as vague as Jesus or just random thoughts that I had, it was more questionable. But I still wasn't really tapped in. I thought I could only talk to the people I knew. So then I did a lot of channeling because it was like, oh, doors open. And I was like, what door? And it was too late. So it was a time where it was just like voices kind of era, questionable thoughts. And, it also, that time in my life couples with PMDD for sure, where like having mood swings and intrusive thoughts and paranoia on my own, outside of channeling anything. But yeah, being tapped in and out of control can be really difficult because you don't want to tap out, but you don't know how to gain control. And there's like a fine balance of being tuned in and turned on, right? Like I was trying to stay tuned in, but I was getting turned on. I didn't fix it. I almost died, and that fixed it. I Klaused it, if you will. Pull the Klaus. Effectively, pretty much was dead. Still question how I survived. Still think, am I one of those robots from Apocalypse season 8, American Horror Story, or whatever? Because how the fuck? Is that why my memory is so good? It's actually like a computer. I'm not sure. Thank you. I was 27 when that happened. That's why I feel very connected to the club, because I was like, this makes sense that it would be my death. Because I'm 27. Am I cool enough to be in the club? And everyone was like, no. It's like, gotcha. Thank you, I guess. Fucking sucks to be in that club. So here. Amen. Cheers. Yes. Yeah. My life path was also just to die at 27 for a big majority of like my older life, because like I aligned with those people so much in the way that they were, school of thought, and the way they dressed, people like Janice or Pigpen, even Jimi Hendrix. And I just figured that was my life path. Like it seemed like it fit my MO, and that everything would make more sense that way. So in a sense, I manifested this like huge thing. It was kind of perfect, but I mean, I survived for some reason, and I'll probably get past 35. Really, it's crazy. I have like a 5-year plan or whatever. It's nuts. Never had one, right? It's like what? Fuck yeah, it is. Why didn't I get mine? Who knows, right? Hopefully I get a better one. I had a few going on at the time. I was like, well, worst case scenario, die at 27, be a fucking rock and roll legend. And they're like, you didn't make music, weirdo. And I'm like, I hear you. Book's not enough. And they're like, yeah, no dice. Sorry, you have to sustain all these injuries. Good luck healing. I was like, cool, 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 cool. Okay. That is actually hilarious, though, right? So, like, I genuinely think that's funny. Okay. Hmm. Okay, but what did we just talk about? Isn't that like, ooh, questionable for sure? But also so cool because who wouldn't want that? How old are you? Let's just check and make sure. Wait, like, yeah. Well, I think the overall lesson is like, stay off drugs. Of course. Yeah. See, they want you young because they want to finish your life for the next 7 years. So if they're asking you for a 7 year contract, they should best know what you're doing when you sign it. And we will have been grateful to know you as the child you will always be. Yeah. Um, if they're offering 10, then less questionable. But if you're 20 and they want you to sign a 7 year record deal or something, big red flag, huge red flag, and stay off drugs. Like for real. Yeah. Maybe we saved your life or at least extended it by a couple decades. Um, yeah. Okay. I don't want to say anything. I don't know if your name is like Anthony or if you knew someone who was Anthony when you passed away. Anthony has been coming to my mind for the past like few minutes that you were where I was sitting in silence waiting for what you said. Yeah, I was hearing the name Anthony, and I don't know. Okay, close, but no one in your life was Anthony. That died. Sorry. Okay. He's a Virgo. Damn, you're gonna be 20 for a minute. This is crazy. Where are we? Welcome, Illuminati Mistakes. We are doing, by the way, if you just popped in, which it looks like a few people did, we will be getting back to the channel messages that we're doing tonight, honoring the 27 Club on the 27th, even though it might be the 28th by now. Hey, thanks for the follow, babe. Um, are you Italian? It's like so many Anthony's. Hi. No. So we're just doing some channel messages. I'm taking a chat break right now until our next ad, and then we're gonna be resuming with the pre-scheduled necromancy night using the Halloween Oracle. I have like 5 minutes before the auto roll timer goes off, and then I'll be back for more. We're doing Kurt Cobain. Oh, you've been here before, haven't you, Deca? But more recent. Oh, really recent. Not when I was thinking January 17th. Damn, I thought you were like a October, December crowd. Okay. Yeah, Kurt Cobain's next, and then maybe Robert Johnson. That one might get intense though, and it's not that I'm concerned about it, I'm concerned for him. He's really freaked out by all of this. And like I think we have to like yeah, I feel like we have to like talk him off a ledge. It's very similar energy like with Amy. Like y'all just missed Amy Winehouse. It was the most emotional. Like I'm gonna start sobbing literally right now thinking about that. Like she's an emotional mess. Like she's so beautiful. She's so cute. Really? Bro. you really will have to rewatch you have to rewatch the stream. The beginning hour is just me chatting, but about an hour and 10 minutes in, it starts with Jim Morrison, and then I think Amy was after that. No, Janice was, then Amy. So it was probably like 20 minutes ago. Oh, you just missed it. But you gotta watch the replay. Might pop up again tonight. We're just doing this list, 27 Club. So next we have, like I said, Kurt Cobain and hopefully Robert Johnson, but it's gonna get a little intense with him. I didn't know about him until last night when somebody suggested it. I know. That's why I was like, we can't talk to Amy right now. We have to power through the night. It was like really beautiful, really, really beautiful, but like so emotional. But if you really liked her or miss her, like you say, you should watch it. It was like, oh my god. And then after Cobain and Johnson, then we're closing with Hendrix and Pigpen. Rob Vernon, what's his name? Uh, I got chills. So you're a Virgo too? Sorry, I'm just throwing. Oh wait, you're 1 day older and she's on the cusp. No, she's a 14th. You're a Virgo. So is he. We got a lot of Virgos in the chat all the time around here. Oh my god. So she's like she would have been 39. Oh my god. Yeah, you gotta watch it, dude. It was so sad to hear her talk about herself, and oh my god, I'm gonna start crying. So let's roll this ad because, like I said, I got like 2 minutes until the pre rolls go. So when I come back, just for future reference too, if you're new here, if I ever have the pink box on the screen, I'm just like chatting in between tarot readings or talking about tarot. Anything related to tarot is fine, but it's just chatting. And then once the screen changes, you'll know that the tarot is on in that moment. People get very perturbed that I chat on the tarot category. And it's like, yeah, because I chat about where to cult shit in relation to tarot and take tarot related questions when I'm chatting. So I just thought I would make the distinction for anybody if you are ever like tuning in and out and scrolling through tarot and you see this and you're like, I'll wait for the cards. Now you know. But when I come back from this ad, we will be going back to the cards. Who are the tarot police? What does that even mean? Wait, fuck the police. Wait, what? I thought that was just NWA. That wasn't like a. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, random viewers just like get a little like, oh, well, why are you on here if you're not doing tarot in this very moment? And it's like, I thought we all were a community, so I'm glad to hear that. You're saying like other streamers. Oh, backwards. You're saying it backwards. So they do just chatting. That's interesting. I find that when I have done just chatting, um, it's like a different set of people, you know, um, where it'll just be a bunch of random, I don't know, where like the people who watch my stream found me in the tarot category, so they search the tarot category to see when the people they follow are active. Um, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I got 7 seconds before they're going to auto roll an ad on us, so I'll be back with more channel messages. 3 minutes. Y'all, for my motherfucking own sake, I should have like stood up instead of sat here and talked to y'all the whole time I was on the ad break. I usually utilize that time to take a break, and of course, I did not. I made jokes about X Files instead. Yeah, I'm so proud of myself. So, how much time did we get? 30 minutes. I feel like I shouldn't push the hour, but I guess we could do another 3 minutes. I probably need water and stuff. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a, it was. I'm going back to the chat for a second. I don't want to get into it yet. I need to get water. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have sat here and talked to y'all during the ad break. That was mad silly. But maybe it's good to get to know one another before we dive into the depths of the underworld together, you know? So, hi, if you're just joining us and you don't already know that I'm Illuminati Miss Dex, the freak with the decks. Yeah, well, I'm gonna wait until I can run another ad and then we'll get more uninterrupted time, anyways. But, I will get it. But we're just gonna chat until I can roll another ad. So, if you have any questions, if you're new and joining the chat or lurking and haven't said anything yet, now's a good time to interrupt. As you can see, the pink screen is the time to ask. But once we get into the tarot, I do not really like to be interrupted, especially when it's channel messages. They also don't like to be interrupted. I think it depends on. That's what I kind of was going over this before I started. It depends on how it comes to me. It can be presented like the person speaking to me and hearing them. Yeah. Um, that's okay. That's also came up prior to the last round of channel messages. Is that the reason I do people I've never met is because I've gotten confirmation from people when doing channeled messages or their personal family members that they can confirm the message was accurate. Whereas this, I can't confirm because I don't know these people and I don't know their families. But I have some good feedback to feel pretty trusted. If you want to go in depth with a family member, you can go on my website, which is www.illymilly.com, and visit the Mystic page, and you will find the Halloween Oracle is the deck to book. Other than that, I feel like your family members aren't really talking. Yeah. Oh, that's funny that I didn't read that message when I said your family members aren't talking because there is a slight delay in the chat. They are not talking, but you can try. Like, they're not going to sit here on the stream and say anything, but like I said, if you want a personal reading, I don't want to say names, but if there was a name, maybe it would be Mikey. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to stop at Mikey. Okay, so I don't know if that's anything that you don't have to confirm, but if that establishes some ground vibes, that's the thing I like to kind of affirm for people before getting into the streaming of people like I said I don't know and we can't just confirm stuff with. So sometimes people will pop up for their relatives. Mikey. Okay, yeah, well, yeah, this family drama. Yeah. It's like, yeah, well, what are you gonna do? Very hush hush on that one. You're not putting him on blast, but that's pretty funny. There's Mikey, definitely. Yep. Everybody's like, oh. Anyways, yeah, yep. I have got to change my bong water. What's up, everybody? So, what do you know? Ad break and need to. Thank you. Everybody really likes it. Reminds me of Star Wars. It was gifted to me. I appreciate every bone ever, but it's not something I would have bought, but something everyone likes, and I'm really happy to have. That literally sounds perfect for you, Cass. I may not know you, but you have big rubber ducky ball energy. Okay. Now that I can roll this little 3-minute ad and I chug the rest of my water, I'm going to refill this. We'll be back with Kurt Cobain and hopefully Robert Johnson. So, I will be back with some channel messages. Oh, the ad is over. I'm back, and we're getting into the channel, the messages. So, oh god, That sounds miserable. I'm so sorry. We do smoke a ton of weed on this channel. It's not necessarily a part of my personality, but it's definitely part of my branding and part of my spiritual practice, so it does seem really relevant to my life, though don't always love it. I wish I smoked less sometimes, and other times I'm like, oh yeah, see, I'm not at that point, so I feel like I'm not that bad of a stoner because I'm like not doing dabs and shit. It's like, yeah, that's you're like 20. I don't know. That makes sense, but yeah, I don't always. I definitely got to take breaks and shit. And I feel like, I've done other drugs, so if all I'm doing is smoking weed, I feel like I'm gonna let myself do it. Um, yeah, so we're having that Kurt Cobain energy already. She has me like a Pisces when I am weak. I've been locked inside your heart-shaped box for weeks. I just looked up the words to this song because it was like the first favorite Nirvana song that I liked. He was a Pisces, I know that. I wish I could eat your cancer when you turn black. Yeah. Hey, wait, I got a new complaint. He had a weird voice. I don't know how much I liked his voice. Is he from at Washington actually? I'm getting this like, do you really? What's your sign again? No, you're Virgo because you're the day after. I'm gonna light a Pisces incense. It was wild. I lit a fucking. Um. Okay, so he maybe had a little bit of like not a country accent, but he's got this like weird accent coming through. But if he lived in like, if you're like in the northern parts of those, they were like, you know what I'm saying? Like if he wasn't in a city, yeah, he has like this weird accent. It's like that weird West Coast where I'm just got the Janice thing stuck in my mind. Oh, he has a song called Aberdeen, right? Or something like that. He's got this funny accent, very backwoods kind of feeling to it, and a deep voice. I think that Kurt was very, very, very much about justice, and I think that he lived by that. And I think he could understand that he was aging very fast. I think that he had a disease that people didn't know about. It wasn't just that his stomach, he had stomach issues. It was like something he didn't even really conclude necessarily with like doctors or anything at the time, that he had a disease that he was aging much faster. I feel like I'm speaking like his doctor or something. It's weird. He was aging really much faster than he actually was. When he died, this was something that I literally, while I was getting water, I was singing that song. I was singing that song, the Pisces song, because that's always been my favorite of the top hit Nirvana songs, But when I dig deeper into their catalog, which has only been recent, like the past couple, weeks, because I had a friend of mine. I asked her, I was like, "What are good Nirvana songs?" She's like, "Oh, this one, this one, this one." I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, these are good." But Heart Shaped Box, yeah, that was always my favorite, like hit Nirvana song of the ones that I knew. Um, so that came to mind just now. But the kind of this concept that he thought he was 34 when he died, and it was like, I guess he seemed like he could be, but now I have like this doctor energy saying no, really, like his body was aged to 34 when he was only 27 years old, and it was not because of the drugs but because of a degenerative disease. It could have been radiation, yeah. He had the disease, but they didn't know what it was. It was, um, he was like the age of a 34-year-old, and that's part of why he had so much pain, so many issues. His body was aging too fast, and he was treating it himself. And he made the choice to exit. Basically, he didn't intentionally overdose, but he knew that as he aged faster and lived the lifestyle that he lived, it was not going to be a fun time. It just wasn't going to be fun. Um, okay, I feel like I was channeling the doctor that gave him this weird news diagnosis. Like, he knew that he was gonna fucking get real old real fast, and he called it quits. He was like, fuck this. He already was miserable. He was already in pain. He was already depressed. He was already like in shambles, a drug addicted mess. Like, yes, he had a daughter and a loving wife, but he knew that Courtney was gonna love him no matter what, and that she would forgive him, and that she'd understand him better than anybody ever. And like, could count on her for anything. And look, Frances is fine, probably better than watching her dad die of a slow decay right before her very eyes. I would have been 65 by the time I was 30, pretty much. I don't know if it was really going that fast, but it felt like it. And I know the drugs accelerated it, but I was in it, and I didn't even know how to perform without being on drugs, because it calmed my anxiety. It started as like Xanax, but it just so quickly got out of control because I was going through so much at the time, realizing that I was going to die soon, no matter when I died or how I died. It was just going to happen regardless. And I think at some point, at some age, 27, great. It just, I knew. So I was ready. I wasn't ready. I was weak. I wasn't prepared to live a life of misery. I wasn't prepared to prolong my suffering. I took the easy way out because I just didn't want to. So now I'm just waiting, and I'll always be here, and I'll be always making music and playing guitar. And if you ever are on the other side, come see me. I'll be waiting for my wife and child. Um, but never rush them. Take their time. I'm just gonna sit here and play guitar for the rest of my life, and like, yeah, I mean, there's a big contentment. Yeah, there's a really big contentment. Not contentment. No, no, no. Contentment with his short life, yes, but there's content in his heart. Like, so much so. He's very content with everything, because it's art. And he's honored to have been 27. And he's sorry that so many people had to cover up what was really his own doing. And there's so much conspiracy around something that was his own fault. It was an overdose, and they made it look like he shot himself, because it helped with the depression, but it was really a degenerative disease, that did him in, and it just he just did the accidental suicide. The record company chose to make it look like that, because I don't know why. Nobody knows why, because they thought it would look bad if I was just a drug addict. It had to be a sob story. And because Courtney panicked, and they panicked. Courtney panicked, and to calm her down, they just did this whole thing. And um, oh well, yeah, it makes sense, right? It makes it all make sense. Very much. It goes along with what the others say too. So yeah, I guess that's all. There's this other song that he always likes singing the most, where his voice goes real. I don't know what it is at all. It's like sounds so stupid when I like. You know how he. You know that song. You know when he does the thing with his voice where he's like not yodeling. You know. And he just would sing it live a lot because it was one of his favorite songs to sing. It might be a cover, even. I know he did Neil Young covers. It's, I'm hearing All Apologies, so maybe it's on. No, I don't know his music that well. No, I just started listening to Nirvana like in the past couple weeks because I was like, yo, I'm clearly channeling Kurt Cobain with this hair and sweater combo. Pisces season is approaching. Like, what's good? Um, it's not All Apologies, but check that album. The song where he does this stuff with his voice. But now all I hear is All Apologies. Similar vibe, same album or something like that. So, yeah, I mean, we can't just say that beef squashed with the whole suspicious murder, death of Kurt Cobain, but I would say I'm not curious. No, definitely not that song. It's one of those songs that he like does the twang in his voice. It's not him screaming, it's when he like goes guttural. I don't know how else to explain it, but I don't know. So, oh, maybe because he knows I hate David Bowie, it might be Man Who Saved the World. Does he do that thing with his voice? It is a cover, you know, and I said something about it being a cover, but I thought one of his Neil Young covers. I don't know. 333 on the time. What's up? Okay, that makes sense. 333, love it. So, Barry. No, that's All Apologies again. What else would I be? All apologies. What else would I know? I don't know the lyrics. I just saw them the other day. I looked at the lyrics to that song. Yeah, I'm not feeling much more from Kurt. I feel like he's super content where he's at in life. It's like the most Pisces shit ever. He's literally dead. I'm really content with where I'm at in life. Just endless poetry day in and day out. Yeah. And just kind of like, you know, that's what we've said on the stream. It's not uncommon, or I should say it is very common for people who pass on to just kind of look over their loved ones because they're waiting to be, you know, into the next phase of existence, whether it's some other dimension or being reborn again. A lot of people will wait for their energies to recollect if there's people they want to stay connected to, and Kurt definitely does have love for Courtney and Francis, no matter what happens. Like he makes that very, very clear. He's highly defensive over Courtney. To be very, very so clear. For some reason, like he always makes that point. I've only talked to him like probably 3 times. Yeah. Like just imagine him on like a stool and there's papers everywhere and he just writes and he doesn't even have to get up or do drugs and he just kind of feels great because he feels nothing at all. No pain, no suffering, no impending doom, just poetry in a room. Yeah. Just killing time. Just, you know, checking in, inspiring people. Sometimes he'll send them down. There's this like process of, you know, like he's writing a song or he comes up with a line of poetry and he'll just kind of like press it into the floor so that it ends up going through to someone who is listening to him somewhere. He doesn't connect to people without some kind of formality like this or ask. But he can hear them, right? That's like his room is a sound room. Some people, I have a couple relatives who have boards where they watch what people do and they get to just kind of cruise through and check on everyone they want to see or whatever, and they stand there and drink beers together. That's their little thing they do. But Kurt is describing this room where it's like these electric pulses come as sound waves, and he's inspired. He plays guitar and writes to these little interactions. So when he puts one to the floor, it like gets sent back to random. He doesn't really know who anybody is or whose voice is whose or distinguish who you are from anyone else. But if you've ever felt inspired by Kurt, it's like almost like a collaboration to him, you know. So be careful. The record company definitely. Oh, that's so cute. I love that. I love that. That's really sweet. I'm really happy to hear that. Yeah, it's like he hears everything, but he just doesn't see it necessarily because that's who he's always been, was very audible and in the soul. So he knows. He knows, and just, yeah, it's very cute. Um because yeah, he's just waiting around. He's not gonna just be all fucking fixated on Francis and Courtney until they fucking die. He takes a step back and lets them live their life, and is literally just like keep him busy, keep him to himself. He's a sweetie pie. He really was a sweetie pie. It's weird, right? It's like these visuals that I don't know how else I'd come up with them unless they were being shown to me. But like I said, sometimes with I try to make common ground with people's personal relatives, like here and there, just to kind of establish a connection. But yeah, I try to stay real because I don't know if what I do is dangerous. It wouldn't have really dawned on me to think of it that way. But the way they talk about everything, it's like, damn. So that's the thing. Now we're like tallying up, right? Janice was like, I don't know, the record companies definitely gave me the drugs that killed me. But then Amy's like, the record companies just encouraged me to do the drugs that I've always done. But then Kurt's like, the record companies knew I was doing drugs, and even though I overdosed, they covered up my accidental suicide with a murder, suicide murder, you know. Um, when it comes down to it, because I think somebody asked earlier, right? Like, did the record companies or did they get them addicted to drugs or whatever the conversation was earlier? It's like there's no one answer. It's just chaos. It's like, yeah, no, I love that. I really like your name too, Polaroid Boy. Especially knowing that you're so young. Have you ever used a Polaroid? I didn't mean to sound like a dick. But I meant like the old school with the fucking pop up flash and it comes right out. All that. Well, I'm glad that I'm here for what must be some of the earlier times of your spiritual journey, as usually 20 is about the age that they begin and quickly flourish. So I hope you think twice about signing anything, and especially avoid 7 years until you turn 21, kid. So, and even anything less than 7 is kind of sketch, because then you can just have a spiral downward to 27. Tough. Let's wait and see. Work real hard, you'll know how to be. Yeah, so sweet. Be good in this world. Be kind, fuck being nice. I just think like being kind is so important, where you like literally make the choice to be good and do good by others. But being nice is just the formality of saying things in good posture or in good taste without actually having any actions or emphasis behind it, right? Like you can be so nice to someone and not mean it at all, but you cannot fake kindness. Like, kindness comes from the heart, and it's in everything that you do. And being nice is just something that people face themselves with day to day to get by and, avoid conflict. Kindness can cause conflict sometimes. I learned that lesson the hardest way in the weirdest ways, man. Do something nice for someone, somebody gets mad about it. It's like I didn't even really think that anybody could get mad about what I did, but I totally get it. I'm not even mad. The fuck? Yeah, that's crazy to think about. Because niceness would say, I don't know what you're talking about, instead of, I didn't think of it that way, right? I'm sorry, versus, wow, that's so not where I was coming from. Like, wow. So come on out. If you're lurking, you might as well get down with us. And no, we're doing tarot. We're not freestyling. I don't know what this is. I think that's it for Kurt, though. I think that was it. It's so funny how I feel like I had this like rock star cool vibe going, but at the end of the day, I'm just looking like fucking Willy Wonka. That's my fucking new rap name, Willy Wonka. You can do that? That's so cool and creepy. I wonder if my stalkers do that. That's so funny. I don't think people who watch my stream are stalkering me. I think that people who stalk me probably watch my stream, is what I meant by that. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said it. That was me being a bit petty, but its spirit is like, listen, you probably feel insane because Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's not weird for like you to enjoy a stream that you tuned into and downloaded, but I didn't realize that you could do that. And then like, it's just funny because it's just stalker energy around me. So the thought of it was like, oh God. It's kind of funny, but like not funny, right? Like that's just not funny. Okay. So just kind of mellowing between, transitioning between people, between messages. So we've got London the track. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe Robert Johnson. Okay, yeah, that's a good sign. Okay, this man is terrified. This man is so heebie-jeebies. Like, oh, I got the biggest chills trying to talk to Robert fucking Johnson just now. He's a Taurus too, so you would think he'd be a little more comfortable with me. But alas, he is freaked the fuck out by the whole thing. He cannot believe there's a whole damn club. He can't believe that us fucking weirdos would be sitting around talking about it, talking to them, talking to dead people. Sounds like Satan, blah, blah, blah. But I'm trying to always, I'm trying to I've been all day kind of trying to talk him into seeing Satanism in a different way because he's associating the wrong person for what he went through. And like I said, there was some kind of like devil entity that latched on to him for sure. He really feels like he made a deal with the devil and then died at 27, and now all these young folk die at 27. So he's a little freaked out. I don't really think we're going to get much out of him. I don't think this is going to be a channel. He kind of just wants to stay away from the whole thing. But in a way, he also wants to speak up and be as brave as these other kids. But why does he feel so much? He feels so old compared to them, but he died in like 1937 or something like that. Like, he died so long ago that he has a much older energy than 27, especially because this is the devil aged him to 50 immediately. He felt like a 50-year-old man, but he played the hell out of that guitar and had success and all this stuff. And his offspring, his kin, and maybe he didn't have kids, but his kin, his siblings, and his whole family did get taken care of posthumously. And he's glad they got everything because his own mistakes led him to an early grave, and that was nobody's fault but his own. Even though I think he died in like a car accident. I don't even think it was his fault, but he always felt like because he sold his soul or agreed to do whatever, that is why he died. But doing this tonight has him feeling like maybe he was ignoring the divine, and maybe he heard some of these stories that we were telling, and he understands my perception of death. He sees how I almost died, and he's like, wow, I can't believe you went through that. And you still believed in God, and you still came back and did this after what you saw, after what you did. And he's very, very touched by that in a sense, because he's like, maybe I was supposed to hear God in my hands. And my own fear of the devil or attribution to him is what killed me in the end, rather than thinking it was inevitable, but that I manifested it like you kids say now. Kids, I'm literally 30, so like older than these people. But no, he lived a long time ago, so he'd been around so long and in a different time. People were older back then. And there was just this like riff that I heard, and I wanted to know guitar, and I had a vision, and I thought, but maybe it was God testing me and realizing that no entity could ever reign over me, and I wish I would have found godliness in my art and what I did, but I think I play an important role in music, and I hope that this is what rock and roll is based in, and I think that it's not that it was ever worth it, and of course, who wouldn't want to live longer other than fucking Jim Morrison, this guy, and I feel like an old man now because I wised up, right? I wised right up, and I'll probably do it all again when my first girlfriend, Lucy Ellis, comes back and she gets with me again, and I'll reborn a new man, and I won't say yes to no devils ever again. Cute. I might still play guitar because I realize music is its own entity, if nothing else, divine God, and the beautiful thing. And I should have never ever let the devil have my music in the way that I let my whole belief be that it came from him, when in reality maybe I just had a vision and I had an artistic creation, and that's all it was, but I really handed my life over to that stuff. So I just feel like if I would have been at an age like this, and you're all lucky you get to talk to each other. I imagine if I would have stumbled across something like this when I was going through my little crisis with the devil there back when I was 22 years old, then I probably would have maybe given myself a damn chance. Not only to overcome the devil, but maybe even fight him. Oh, good Lord. He gives old man energy. He literally died at the age of 27. He's acting like he's literally an old man sweating in church. Like, it's so funny, but bizarre. I think that's kind of it. I don't think he's like, I'm exhausted now. I'm like, cool, me too, buddy, me too. I still have a few left to do. But then I'll probably wrap it up shortly after that. I might even take like a longer break coming up. Let me see if there's. Debating. We could do could stream. Well, I don't know. No guarantees I'm gonna stream tonight. It's a Saturday, right? I usually take Saturdays off, come back Sundays. Ooh, plan Sunday. Might not stream Sunday. Maybe Monday. Probably shouldn't put it off. Probably am gonna get to Jim Morrison. Not Jim Morrison. I already talked to Jim Morrison. Jimi Hendrix and Pigpen. They were on the list. That was the plan. She can be exhausting. It also gets to a point in the night where the body gets tired, and usually we'll get a second wind or get reinvigorated by something. But sometimes when this happens, It's because they're not finished, and so they'll like shut me down and make me go so they can because somebody was still talking, perhaps. Let me check the and that's what's so funny today. It's so crazy. I had this reading plan for a while. Since Janice's birthday, which was January 19th. Her and I kind of collectively decided that we would plan something for the 27th Club on the 27th since we missed her birthday because I didn't have Wi-Fi, right? So we've been planning this for a minute, and today I was so fucking tired. I couldn't focus long enough to put my laundry away. I barely got dressed. I tried to put the same outfit on 3 times. The same outfit 3 times. Like, it was just so, like, I was tired. And at one point I took a nap. Like, I blew off some plans, took a nap. It was like 20 minutes, but it's still significant to me. And just like nothing went right today. It was just like not good in a sense. But then, how to say, like, it was kind of like I had to let them in early, like, even though I wasn't planning to stream until a late hour, I had to start the process much earlier in the evening so that I would be like somewhat prepared to let in so much energy to where I just had to rest and sort it out in myself and let them get themselves situated. So I feel like I've been carrying it all day. And at points, I'd listen to music, and then I'd be like, I don't want to listen to music right now. So I put on a tarot reading, just because sometimes it's nice and soothing to hear some of the voices on there, And I just found it not necessarily odd, but it was kind of odd that in a couple of it was, I think, 3 times today that I heard somebody say, "Oh, Taurus, if you need a rest, just rest. If you're resting, you're supposed to be resting. Take a nap, Taurus. Sleep, take a nap." It was so weird. It was like, the fuck? Why am I just hearing this over and over again? I sometimes just let it play, autoplay and stuff, where it's like, is this the same one that I already heard, or is this like a resounding message? But I think it was, in particular for me, it felt like because I was letting in so many of these energies, 4 hours of tarot feels a lot different than like 4 hours of channeled messages. Yeah, yeah. But I want to honor that Jimmy and Pigpen are the closers. But it's like late for y'all. Like, y'all just up right now? What's good? How's everybody else feeling? Like, if I were to take a bit of a break here, not yet, but in a minute, would it be worth coming back to, or should we just try to stream this later today? Or I can even do a video, upload it on YouTube. I always forget that. Just because it is odd hours, and sometimes it can be lonely to do this without the living, or to have anyone buffer when people walk in during it, and I don't want to be interrupted. It's so funny. You said you're Canadian, right? So that makes sense. You're funny. You're funny. That's what I was saying. Is like, I mean, it is getting late for people. I don't know how anybody's feeling. I do want to do these last two. I might have to take a bit of a longer break, though. I'm like at the point where, once again, it's not that I'm tired. It's just that I'm moving more people through, and it's like, okay, I need to still like connect to my human side and be alive, and make sure I'm feeling nourished and all right, connected to the self, and not gonna lose myself in the process. You just up drinking. When you said you were 20, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe he would admit he was drunk at 20 years old on my channel. And then I was like, oh, he's Canadian. They can drink at 19, right? Silly me. And if that's wrong, don't correct me because embarrassing. All right. What's up? Who just like is coming on here this hour? What's going on? Oh man. I just see Pigpen. Okay. I might just power through it. What if we just do a quick message from them and then take a break and then come back and chat for a bit? Hey, Joe. Heard you shout your lady down. Yeah, I'll probably get up. My last break, I just sat here and then I did the water thing. Yeah, I'm gonna clear some energy out. It's a lot of people. I thought I'd through this and I didn't. So yeah, let me get my bearings. Let me get my bearings. So I'm gonna roll an ad. I'm gonna see how I feel after 3 minutes. And then I am going to um, maybe just take like a few extra minutes in between the ad breaks and then come back. We shall see how it goes. Yeah, so it might just be like 10 minutes instead of 3 minutes or whatever, but I need to just take a second, especially because I'm wearing just these like regular sunglasses. So I'm like straining my eyes, reading the chat, and also not wearing any blue blocking lenses. So not great for the eyes. Try to stay in good health, stay in good shape. And yeah, so I should pay. If y'all haven't got up in a minute either, take a bathroom break. We gotta round up, all right? So 3, 2, 1. I'll be back in a few. Hello. Who are all these lurkers? There's like one person talking to me right now. 8 viewers. Hi, I'm almost back. I'm sitting here kind of gathering myself. It was a nice little break. Well worth the wait, I hope. Getting in touch with Jimi Hendrix and Rob Pigpen Kernan. I can never remember his last name. I might be making that up. Picturing it, but I don't know it. Rob McKernan. So yeah. I'm good. I'm not ready to be fully back yet, so chilling for the time being. Probably committing to this sweater as much as I loved the look. I'm so cold. ASMR. ASMR. You know it. Crisp sound of my lungs hacking up. Dude, someone in that time was like, I am not going to listen to this ASMR anymore. But I got a new follower while I was gone. Pixie 2023. Love that. Very, very me. In a sense. Cool. Alright, so I'm coming back to the chat for a quick second just to get recalibrated. Hello, anybody, everybody. What's going on? Who are these 7 people? It is like 3 in the morning. What are y'all doing? Lurking on my channel. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Good day to you. What's up? We're going to talk to Jimi Hendrix and we're going to talk to Pigpen, and then we might talk for a minute, but probably going to call it a night shortly after that. I know I just took a long break to replenish, but it's weird, right? And, you know, I'm the only one who signed up to talk, so I get it. They don't owe me anything. They're, like, literally so much more than allowed to lurk. But it does feel weird, right? Where it's, like, just you and I talking in front of people who are not talking. Yeah, no, it's weird. But it's totally normal. It's just Twitch stuff, right? So I guess if y'all want to stick around and tune in for the reading, I'm doing some channel messages. You know, it's also like I always get mad when people interrupt and say, can I get a reading? So at least these lurkers aren't doing that. And it's like, respect. Cool. Yeah, maybe at the end I'll read some of the cards that are on the table already, because I haven't really touched the deck at all, but there are some on the table, so, because in the very beginning of the stream I did. So who did I say was next? Is Jimmy. Let's do, I'm almost out of Sag Incense. Jimmy and Pigpen. When's Pigpen's birthday? I literally just looked up his name. What's his birthday? March 8th. He's a Pisces too. That's so funny. Just burned Pisces. Okay. Random incense, I guess. We'll go Jasmine. Flowers for the sick and dead. She'll turn to stone way too fast and way too slow. Or whatever the words are to that fucking song. That's why I brought up, I don't even know if I finished talking about that earlier. And the sound like something he says right here. That Dr. Dog song. I clearly don't know the words, but it's really good. Where'd all the time go? It's starting to. Now she's walking backwards. Whatever flowers for the sick and dead. You closed all your tabs. Well, at least I'm still here then. Yeah, I almost got drinks for tonight because I was like, oh, these fools love drinking. But it's cold out and I didn't feel like going to the store. So I was like, yeah, fuck that. Because like my whole incentive was if I walk there, it'll be worth it to me. But if I get a ride, then I'm kind of cheating myself of having integrity. So, because I didn't initiate the walk, I did not reap the rewards of alcohol, basically. Even if I could have arranged to have better services, that's not part of my resolve. So, didn't need it bad enough, you know? Um, I'm not like super against alcohol. I just think the excessive over time really adds up. It's not good. It's not good. So, I'm a stony boy, you know? Always gonna be a stony boy. That being said, I feel like I could jump right back in. I think it's time for the tip up. Let's see. Um, for a week you're a binger. Okay, Virgo, be careful with that. You are hilarious. Yeah, no, you can't. I can't. Like I physically can't. But then once you get going, why stop if it's the only time you're gonna do it? Plus you're 20, so experiment away, kid. Got lots of life ahead of you. Hopefully. Anyways. R.I.P. to the ones who didn't, I guess. All right, getting a little creepy. That means it's probably time to go back in. Boom, here we are. Boom, here we are. There it is. Okay. Next up, Jimi Hendrix. So I'm not super. I listened to his music in high school. I feel like it wasn't very in depth for me at the time. Yo, what's up? This isn't the complete end of my stream. Welcome. Thank you. Finally, someone wants to chat with us a little bit. Damn. About to do the rest of these 27 Club Channel messages. Tonight's lineup was long and included the whole gang. We started with Jim Morrison, and then we do. What do you mean? Jim Morrison, Janis Joplin, Amy Winehouse, Kurt Cobain, Robert Johnson, and now we are up to Jimi Hendrix and Pigpen, hosted by Nico. So she's like throws her wisdom in there once in a while. Sometimes she's a good buffer when I'm going between energies because she's a familiar one. Yeah, he's a legend, and some of his music, like his live recordings and stuff, or his demos and stuff, is so like hard to listen to. At mine too, and I love that about him, where he really was ingenuitive, like. You know, just from the fact that he played the guitar backwards was pretty impressive. But the way that he put his foot down with his, I almost said with his record company, but that is the theme tonight. Is like, there was some shit going down, but it was different shit everywhere. That's just so crazy. None of them were signed to the same two labels, even if it was like the same parent company. Even still, it seemed like everyone we looked up tonight was signed to different labels, and that's really mind blowing because so many of them experience like similar fates, but as discussed, like in very different ways. Where there seems to be some kind of evil entity, but it doesn't seem obvious enough to decipher from something as simple as this one, that one. And that's part of what makes the whole thing so hard in taking it down or busting them out or trying to seek revenge. I feel like we're getting some Jimmy in. Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit Jimmy. I'm starting to see his vision. His vision. Not his, not, I didn't mean his vision. I meant that I was getting a vision of him and him talking with his hands like this. But then what came out was me saying his vision. So I, there's this speechlessness about him where he's talked before and he's done the streams before, but he feels very speechless, maybe coming after Robert Johnson, and it just worked out that way. And he hadn't really even considered himself to be as much like Robert Johnson as he was because he didn't really think twice about it until now. Like he listened to Robert Johnson growing up because black folk and their guitar, as he puts it, like that was one of his icons, was like this legendary rock and roller from back in the day who was black before it was even, what it was in his day, let alone what it is now. So of course he always regarded him as a hero, but it didn't really dawn on him like, oh, he paved the way for me in more ways than one. And he started a club I never expected to be in. And it's funny because it seems like Hendrix got this kind of way about him where he was mature and he spoke well. He did good in interviews. He was good on camera, and he had a look about him. He looked well dressed, but he really was young. He really was. I don't want to say immature because that would be rude, but he was young spirited, and his vision would have been that he lived longer just to see maybe his grandkids or something. But he also couldn't really imagine having to go through the process of becoming old and raising kids in the first place. So he couldn't imagine his life beyond that age. And he kind of like, unlike Jim, I think Jim, unanimously, everyone agrees he just would have not aged gracefully. Jimmy could have aged gracefully, but he couldn't see what his life would have been like if he would have been tied into these record companies for the rest of his life. And so while everyone has their story is different, mine was like they basically put it on me. They put it on me where they knew I like these drugs. I'm seeing him he's very animated the way he talked with his hands. He must have like a Gemini rising or something because he's a Sagittarius sun. But Gemini rules the hands and arms and nervous system, and I feel like he's very in it. I'm imagining him super tall and skinny. But everyone was skinny in that back in the days of the fucking cocaine wave. But was he tall? I don't even know. So they knew he was into the stuff. They knew he was into the sauce. They knew he was hooked on the lifestyle and that he had no other prospects and all that. So sorry, it's like transitioning. I don't know where he's from, but he looked 3 feet. He looked 3 inches taller than he really was all the time. He did wear a 1 inch heel, usually a one to 1.5 inch heel. But the fact that he was so skinny, he just always looked like he was 6'3", even if he was only 6'1" with padding. He's also from Seattle. That's interesting, especially because Seattle and that whole area in Washington, just being in the woods and near the mountains like that, very suspicious of alien activity. But I don't not want to go there right now. But we could definitely think about that. That's just something to think about. So, anyways, Jimmy, I knew that my life would be trapped in these unattainable kind of favors people, the way they do things, and I just didn't think I could keep up with that life, man. I guess they kind of gave me the option to take myself out, and I did. So everybody thinks it was some kind of conspiracy, and I guess it was because there was pressure on me. I don't want to imitate his voice. It's very booming in my mind right now, where it's like his showman voice, where when you hear him genuinely between takes, he has like the softest, sweetest voice. But when he did interviews and stuff, he used like this deeper, more sexy or prophetic voice. And that's the one he's presenting to me is not his sweet voice, but his like and let Jimmy come over kind of voice. So um, he it's just to say, it wasn't really a frame or a setup, but he knew there was a clean way out for him to just have too much one night and not wake up. He was under a lot of the pressures. He was alone. He was estranged from his family. It was a lot like Janice. Janice, I think, died before Jimmy, so he felt really hopeless. Um, and anyone else was just out of, like, Jim was already so out of touch, being in his own little world of pills or alcohol, whatever the fuck he was about that time. And there was just something or nothing in particular that day that he became became at peace with this idea that he could be exactly who he is elsewhere forever, seem like just as good as a deal as being here, suffering for decades, as the person he would grow out of being. And it wasn't the easy way out, but it was a clean break, man, and that's all I could ask for. I just wanted a clean break. I didn't want nothing messy. I didn't want to tie my hands to these record companies. They knew. They gave us the stuff. They did. It wasn't like Janice. They gave her the bait and switch. That was really hard to watch, where she didn't even know. I remember, we all remember that day, the first time she did fucking dope, and everybody was really mad because they kind of knew that she was like that, like the drugs, but she did it because they put it right on her nose. So for me, it didn't blink twice. I knew once it was in the room what they wanted me to do, and I did it to try to keep up with them, to play with them, and to show them that I was the boss of myself and that you can offer me something and I'm only gonna do it voluntarily. So they told me what it was and I did it. And I don't know if I thought I wouldn't get addicted, or maybe I wasn't really, but I knew it offered me an escape route. And I don't mean that in the way of escapism. I mean in the way that if I had to hit the panic button and eject the seat, that I could at any time. And I always kept a pack on me, but it was always a little too much. And one day I didn't, and because I wasn't really as into it maybe as people thought I was. But I knew in a way that it was what I was meant to do, or what had to be done. Because if Jim didn't age well, I wasn't going to age at all. I was still a black man living in America, and that was just the cold facts. Is that what I would have made it to 35 before I got gunned down or shot in the head? So the way I saw it was I just wanted to be in control, and I wanted to take my own life if it meant that I could take it, and they didn't take it from me. So I didn't let them drain me of everything I had. Creatively, I spun around and did it underground radar once again. My name has prolonged the legacy I ever thought could be born from a few demo tapes. And that just goes to show you to stick to what you know and do as you do and be who you are, because you never know what could pan out for you. Be careful and know that you're never in charge if someone else is in charge. But the only way they can be in charge is if you let them be. And that's why all this conversation about revolution and everything, you don't have to burn down the whole industry. You just have to call them on these bluffs, because really, what the fuck did they do to us, huh? Did they do anything? Did they get their hands dirty? Did they put blood and drugs on their hands in the powders? No, nothing. We did it to ourselves. But it was because they had, promised us more. But more they delivered, it was just for themselves and not for us anymore. Hmm. A lot of unique perspectives. I kind of see why they did the order they went in. It was like the increasing increasingly different kind of, not outcomes. Everybody had the same outcome, but different avenues. It's really interesting. Where he's like, no, they didn't really do that to me. I did it to myself. Such a weird revelation, right? Sad one too. I got chills. Yeah, I'm cold. Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, no matter what happened, and I think that's that true club energy. It is because of the labels, but it's also because of who each one of them were as individuals. And I think that's such an interesting takeaway, where I thought for sure they'd all be signed to the same label or the same people, or there'd be something in some common thread as the way that it happened and blah, blah, blah. And it really wasn't. It was really all random. It was really all people doing their best in most of the moments. Like in the instance with Kurt, they were like, fuck, dude, fuck it. We're just going to cover it up. Was that really such a bad thing they did when it allowed him to have this legacy that he was some kind of like innocent, suffering person? It sure made it easier for Frances for most of her life. And it made things more difficult for Courtney when they were trying to help her, you know, alleviate her from the stress. They created more. Was that intentional? I don't know that was necessarily what they thought in the moment. You know, what they did to Janice was wrong. But who did that? Once again, was it everybody? What they did with Jimmy? Hey, they were testing the waters and he jumped in. And it's like, it is this weird takeaway where they were all just that age, that energy. I don't know. Maybe they all had a djinn, a little devil come to them. I don't know. None of the others really talk about it, but Jim definitely seems like he's seen some shit, right? It's fairly interesting. It's odd how many that none of them are really signed to the same label. That's really, really baffles me. But the different perspectives, obviously, some of the labels were better than others, I think is what it was. Because again, Kurt's record company 444 had literally nothing to do with him being on drugs. In fact, that they hated that he was on drugs, that he tried to cover up his fucking accidental overdose with a whole ass tragic suicide. Like, right? They busted that note. That's why it comes up so much, is because like the note was pretty much a fake, and like everybody knows it. And anybody who says it's not is like, are you being paid or what? But digress. Yeah. 4444444. It's good to be home. Whatever that means. Not dwelling on the past, not dwelling on it too much. And I feel like Kurt energy's coming back up. It goes to show you that, yeah, this feels like Kurt. It goes to show you that maybe people's destiny is somewhat predetermined. Maybe some things are meant to work out the way they do, and maybe we didn't really have that much in common. And it's just that because we were all musicians, you noticed, but there was nothing alike in any of our stories. And that's really the beauty or the tragedy or both of life, is that it's going to work out the way it's going to work out no matter what, because how many 27-year-olds die every day, but we don't notice because we don't know their industry, right? So I think no matter what I would have done, I probably would have become a drug addict and died on the streets if I didn't become a rock star. And so I don't think that's what killed me necessarily, as much as the Grim Reaper said that that's when I was going to be heading home again. And I believe that. And that doesn't mean that they all believe that or anybody else has to believe that, but I believe that. And I feel like every time he comes up, his hair is in a ponytail. It's not when it looked like this or whatever. It's when it was long and in a ponytail. That's when he felt like his best, most artistic self. That beige sweater, cardigan, whatever, and like with the ponytail and playing guitar, you know. So, I've been locked inside your heart shaped box for weeks. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. This stuff continuously blows my mind, dude. Continuously blows my mind. I love it. I love it. I love what I do. It's so insightful, and it's like, you know, if they hate what I say and they want to kill me for it, they're gonna do that, and there's nothing that any of us can do to stop it. And heed it as a warning if that were to ever happen. You know what I'm saying? But they make me feel so much fearlessness, so much more fearless when it comes to dying. Even though it's something I've always faced with quite bravery, it's never something I've wanted necessarily, and to be more content with the event of it happening at all is an underrated blessing that you can have in life. And I know that most people don't have some kind of weird vision or connection to death in the same way that I do, and there's other ways to connect to it or accept it, and other beliefs of what happens when it happens. But I hope that others find solace in some of these things too, in the way that I have. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna probably go soon, but we're gonna get to Pigpen before I do. I think we're done with Jimmy, obviously, if Kurt popped back up, and we got 30 minutes before I have to roll another ad, so that's pretty good timing. Let's just keep going. Me or the cat? That's me. I feel like a trap, dude. Ever since I was painting, I feel like my whole space back here, I'm glad I redid the desk, but really I just have like a bunch of shit to get off the floor. Forever. I mean, like, it literally, as long as anybody can hold a paintbrush. Forever. Probably since I was like 3. Never gave it up. Always, yeah. I remember some paintings I've done over the years. Phases where I don't do it as much. But, yeah. Oh, I'm getting sleepy, and it's almost like there's this funny energy of like Pigpen being all excited about getting to be a part of things for once. But now that it's his turn, it's almost like he doesn't have anything to say. It's like a thank you all for being here kind of energy. But Torres has nothing to say. Is he just being shy? He's just trying to be that guy. He did always seem like kind of the quiet type, though. He was like Jerry's best friend. Jerry's the front man, you know? And that's usually how it goes. You got one front man, one back man, one right hand, and one left hand, you know? So he was the right hand man, you know? He just had that kind of quiet energy about him where he didn't do much in this life, and he wouldn't have been expecting to do much now. It's like he's got this like accent that's not an accent, but it's like a manly, burly American kind of. I don't know if I'm associating it with his look or if there's like something to it. Something about these Texan accents. I don't know where the fuck he's from, but yeah, it's funny how little he really does have to say because he was young and poetic. I mean, I wish people knew how many poems I wrote. I threw a lot of them away. I think people didn't think of me as soft, and I wrote a lot of the songs back then, and there were times it'd be so beautiful that I would say, Jerry, just don't put my name on that, and they'd be like, what is wrong with you? That's the best thing you ever read. And I'd be like, well, forget it, because I don't want anybody to know I even said that. And they're like, fine, I guess. So I was soft. I was a poetic man, and I was just always maybe a little too tough in my skin. My father was military, of course, and It just was something like that. I just thought I had to be kind of macho, even if I did have sort of this gift and even a reason to use this gift. It just never was enough for my family, and I barely dodged Vietnam. I did a year in Vietnam. I did a year in Nam. Did he do a year in Nam? Is that timeline possible? It would kind of make sense. It kind of wouldn't though. What the fuck? Yeah, I feel like Vietnam was 60 something to 75, I thought. Yeah, 75 is when it 55 to 75. Okay, so I guess he could have done a year, but I don't know how he would have come home. And he's from California. That's so funny. It's a weird accent. Probably fake. His dad was a DJ. Maybe he was still in the military though, like before he had him. That's so funny. That's maybe how he got out of it. Whoa. Pigpen's dad has the same birthday as my dad, March 26th. That is wild. I don't know. So anyway, he did a year in Nam and then got out of it somehow. I came home somehow. It was like in the 50s still probably doing the timeline. Um, yeah, there was some kind of family connections where he had to go do his time and then got his exemption. They no discharge or anything, just oh yeah, he served kind of thing. So he did a year in Nam, and it made him more serious. It made him more poetic and softer, but it made him feel even more so that he had to hold up this exterior of being a macho man. He wasn't gay, but he didn't know that he wasn't not gay. You know, he spent so much of his time with men and never actually spent time with men, so he always thought maybe his softness was gay. I don't think he was gay, but he thinks he was, if that makes sense. So he struggles with kind of putting it all into words. He always did. That's why he had Jerry doing all the bits. But yeah, he's just he is one of those people who simply wouldn't have asked for more time, but just would have done it different. Just would have done it different. If he would have known he had 27 years, if he didn't know he had 27 years, if he would have had or didn't have either one, he just would have done it different. There was no longing of what would have become of him. I feel like I'm talking to his mom or something. Because he's from California, but maybe his mom is from the South or something. I don't know why all these Texan accents are coming up. Did we ever find out where Carrie Underwood was from, by the way? Oklahoma, you did tell me that. I thought you were talking about someone else when you randomly said Oklahoma. Okay, close enough. All right, so maybe Pigpen's mom was from Oklahoma also. Who knows? She's not even listed, so maybe she passed away when he was young. I don't know. Um. Anyways, no one ever wanted more out of him. They wanted more of him. They never wanted more out of him. So I don't think the question was ever getting a longer life. It was just that would have done it different. So Yeah, it's like being in the Grateful Dead was blissful. It was everything you might think it would be. And even though it was hard at times, it was like a magical life. And I really couldn't imagine just keeping it going, even though they have. And it's amazing. And it makes me wonder if I could have done that. But I don't know that I would have wanted to try it. And I'm content with life. And I think that's all I needed to realize. And I think I did because of Jerry and the guys, you know. Even if I don't really know some of them. Oh yeah. Okay. It seems simple. It seems really wrapped up. It seems like that's it. Like I'm good with it. I'm good with it. Any last notes or final messages from anyone? Here Nico being like, okay, sometimes a long life is not a good life, and sometimes it's better to have a little bit of a good thing than a lot of a bad thing, you know. So just make sure that you're enjoying life because either way, you go sometime. So if you're gonna be here a long time, then you better make it worthwhile and take care of your health and doing all that other stuff. It's um, it's just what you will. It is all what you will. It makes me think of that song, All Your Own. What is that fucking song? I was just listening to it. Whatever. It's on that album, Velvet Underground and Nico. Not Paris of the Seasons. The other really beautiful one. God, a lot of beautiful tracks. Um, yeah, so just make sure it's a life worth living before you go and live it. You know, that's really the big takeaway. Make sure it's something you want to do and not something you had to do or whatever the case is. And know that no drug is really better than the experiences that you miss when you become desensitized to them. So, um, with that being said, all these kids, you know, thank them for sacrificing their own pleasure for something as big as the music, you know, no families, no nothing, just leaving themselves in the dust for the sake of everyone else. So thank them, you know, when you put them on, thank them. They're heroes in every way, and they were very young, and I didn't deserve that, you know. My career began, you know, my music career began at 27, so I couldn't imagine that, you know, for me. Um, didn't make that album till I was 30, so that is shaking to me. Shake them. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Me too. I was starting to tear up. Kind of curved myself. Whew. I probably will cry. Like when we're done with the stream. I'll probably cry myself to sleep just to get all these emotions out of me. Like this was all, yeah. I think it's a good thing though, because it's like you have to understand like water is very purifying, but then like your tears are like the most pure form of water, especially because there's such purity that comes with crying, and it's like such a raw emotion or raw reaction to things. Which is why people who not like actors, but people like manipulators who force tears. Like impure tears are the worst. It's like the opposite of holy water. It's like demon water, you know? Not that there's anything wrong with demons. Devil water. It's funny how much more complicated religion really is than the way that they chalk it up to be. God, I feel like I could just keep going right now, but I honestly feel also like I'm tired, and if I don't stop, I'm gonna sleep for so long. Oh my God. Like, I'll sleep till my partner's home from work. That's fine, but if I don't want to wake up by that time, that's what I'm saying. Like, next stream, we can do some, like, more theology discussions like we did a couple weeks ago. It seems like I try to keep a rotating schedule of which decks I'm going to use when and like what the themes will be this night or that. But it seems like we just go through phases on this channel where for a little while we'll be super into a discussion and discuss the hell out of it for a couple days and then move on to the next thing with some main themes, being pretty consistent throughout each arc, I guess. But we were on this theology buzz for a minute, and then we were pretty intensive about the alien stuff, and now we're back into like kind of celebrity conspiracy or industry conspiracy and channeling, So we can definitely move back into some theology discussions like we've had on this channel before. No problem with that. And I'm always open to taking requests for the things we talk about on here or what decks we use. Although when it comes to the decks, I am going to be planning a nice Valentine's stream probably because it's like a Tuesday or whatever, so no big deal. Maybe what's it called? Laternalia, whatever it is. We'll do the romance deck, but then I'm going to do a banger of a closer for the new year, Pisces season transition into Aries season, and then I'm thinking about the Beatles. You say yes, I say no. I say stop. You say go, go, go. Oh, whoa. You say goodbye when I say hello. Hello, hello. Don't get too into anything I say because I could be wrong. It's just, my own interpretation or what I see projected to me, but I do have ways to verify some of the claims that I make in other ways or other areas on more personal levels. But, allow it to inspire you and change the way you see things without affecting the core of your being and definitely without losing a firm grip on your sanity and reality, which are two things I've completely let go of at different times in my life. So, walk with the big stick or whatever the fuck Teddy Roosevelt said, I guess. Yeah, what if we had dead presidents nights? There's like 3 presidents I'd probably talk to. FDR, TDR, and JFK. I think that's it. The rest of them are pretty scummy, and even those 3 might be scummy. Who knows, man? Okay, so I did kind of say I would read the random cards that are on the table. So, yeah, we got like 15 minutes till the next ad break. So at that point, I'll probably run an ad and then just end the stream after that. I just typically do that at the end of the night is roll more ads, get that extra cash. Fuck it, why not? And come back with some sass. So, yeah, we're just going to close out with these few cards on the table. So things to keep in mind. My Halloween Oracle is used for the channel messages. Obviously, that's what we did all night. And depending on who it is or what the situation is, like if it's random and I don't know who I'm going to talk to, I'll use the cards more. But because I integrated them into my system all day long, I didn't need the cards as much. So outside of the channeled Oracle, messages that I use specifically for the deceased, because I use other decks to channel other messages from other beings. And in addition to the Halloween Oracle being specifically for deceased humans that lived lives, and occasionally other entities that you'd associate with death or death realms. It's also what I use for shadow work readings or shadow side, shadow self reflections. So think of this as like a dip into your dark side, your shadow side, basically where you're at in terms, or like on terms with death, right? And that's death as an entity, as a human being, as a lesson, the ultimate lesson, the ultimate preacher, the reaper, right? And not necessarily when you die. It's where you're at in life. You know, all these cards are in reverse. Almost all of them are in reverse. Some are on their side. A bunch are face down, but the face down ones look like they're in reverse. The bottom of the deck, I picked up 2 cards. Bottom of the deck is Vampire, Emotional Intelligence. So know when people are draining you. You have to know the difference between loving someone and being someone's victim, right? You might really like somebody, really love somebody, but they're actually draining you of your energy, and that's, you are dependent on their fixation on you, right? But they're really using you for what they can take non-physically. It's such a gross energy, like a Colin Robinson, right? Barmbreck, sweetness and synergy. So it's going to be about coming together and working together. You know, we talked about kindness and, you know, coming from the heart in the actions and things. So in order to maybe help or deal with these kind of vampiric type energies around you, especially ones that prey upon your emotions or try to get emotional rise out of you, that would be very much like an emotional vampire kind of situation, where they like feed on your reaction. Very cliche narcissism, right? We have the Skull of Flowers, creating through the ashes. Okay, that's in the upright. Behind it, we have 2 face down cards on its side. And we know that when a card's on its side, it can go upright or it can go in the reverse. Before I reveal those, I'm going to see the other 2 cards, right? Now, it's uncanny because I don't usually see these cards upside down because I don't know how much they really like resonate. But in this scenario, they really truly do, because get this. This card in reverse, the Skull of Darkness, blind spots. Suddenly, I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. It's like, for once you're not being blindsided, you see it coming. You see things for what they really are. No one is out to get you kind of energy, which is really refreshing to hear. On the other side of this, trick or treat, mischief and play in the reverse. It's time to get serious. It's time to get real. It's time to realize that this is happening. This is what it really is. And just because you're at the bottom, or you have to reject an offer, or you have to say no to the first round, that's just number 1. It's not always you only get 1 shot. Sometimes it's about knowing what is actually a shot and what's a shot at you. Y'all don't owe me jack shit tonight. Remember earlier I said Lady de los Muertos was a card in my deck? You don't owe me anything. When this card shows up in the upright, it means you owe me a tip, and a lot of people don't tip. It can be anything. I tell them all the time, it doesn't have to be monetary. You don't have to fucking leave money, but you need to leave a tip, or you got to take it up with Lady, and she hunts people down. And I don't follow. There's no need for me to follow up when she is the one asking for the money on my behalf. Or if it goes forward to an altar for her, but that's only for her and her lineage, you know. Everyone else, they just be fucking probably experiencing some rough karma around that. But if it's in the reverse, y'all don't owe me anything for this stream. Truly, this was on the house. This was truly on the house. And right next to it, Werewolf Exploring Wildness. The takeaway definitely is staying away from drugs. We are far from needing to explore wildness. We've seen how it goes. We've seen the damage. This is free game. Take it. Let it resonate. Let it be what it needs to be. Create through the ashes because you're creating a new reality. You're starting over right now. On its side, spider, a community of web weaving. You may need to connect more with the people in your industry or in your community, but you also need to realize who you need to detach from, you know? And the mummy, change. You can't hold back on change. These two being on its side, they're going in the same direction. So I'm guessing you probably need to change your surroundings. You need to change either where you live or who you hang out with. But there needs to be a change in your network and community. And the thing is, that is where we are the most unlikely to change or the most resilient to change that area of our life because we have fostered a sense of loyalty in people who don't always have our best interest. The witch, the earthly weaver of the world. So that's me. This is what I do. Flip you inside out, up and down, pretzel town. Okay. Apple, risk and reward. You will never know what happens until you take a bite. You'll never know the taste until you go for it. Right? Kind of said that backwards, but still. You don't know how it tastes unless you take a bite, so you might as well. Because if you never know, you'll never know. You'll just be that guy. I still have regrets from opportunities I overlooked in myself years ago. Thank you for the follow. Interesting name, Bloodtastic. We're wrapping up for the evening. I'm just reading a few Halloween oracles for the shadow self if you want to start from the top. You totally can as soon as this is posted up. So, yeah, it's time. Yeah, it's time to switch things up, and I hope it's a good sign for you. Forgiveness, reducing the burden. Time to forgive people for what they've put you through, what they've done to you. It doesn't matter. It's time to forgive and move on. Night Song, hidden talents. You may do one thing, you need to do the other thing. If you sing, then you need to write. If you play guitar, then do the drums. You have a thing you do, sure, but there's a hidden talent. Maybe you read tarot and nobody knows it. Maybe you draw and you never share it. The hidden talent needs to come to surface. All right, my back is starting to hurt, so I can't keep carrying all this fucking juice, man. I gotta go drink it myself. I think I'm gonna call it here. So if y'all liked this reading, give it a thumbs up. No, I'm just kidding. This ain't YouTube. What the fuck? Yeah, if you care about me at all, no, that's coming on too strong. You know, if this is chill for you, if this is cool, if you like what I do, you can show support in such a variety of ways by tuning into my next stream, which is TBA, maybe very, very like midnight-ish to Sunday, the midnight-ish Pacifically Sunday, I don't know. Could be Monday, could be Tuesday, I don't know. Stream when I want to. Might take a couple days to recover from this. I usually stream Sunday evenings. I don't know. Might just be late. So, that being said, you can definitely watch this from the beginning and catch all the channeled messages from the 27 Club members that we spoke to this evening. Damn. The underworld where all things pause and begin again. Skull of Flowers at the top, creating through the ashes, so central to the last read. Okay. Typically I honor this read them out loud, but it feels like it's for me and I'm out. So in the meantime, you can watch the replays, you can catch up on the week and 2 weeks of tarot streams. You can also go on my website. It feels like there's still more tarot to be read, but I honestly, y'all, I just don't think I can do it. I'm so happy to hear that, and I'm so glad that it could be us this tonight, because you made this stream way better than it could have been because you saw how quiet it was. Had you not talked to me this whole time, I'm not sure how far we would have gotten tonight. So I just want you to know that you've made this one of the best streams that I've had ever. All right, so yeah, thank you. 333. That's how many minutes were left on the ad. Yeah, so if y'all like my shit, keep watching it. Keep tuning back in. I'm sorry it's random and I don't do schedules. It's really hard for energy work like this. Cauldron, synergy and healing. It's all about coming together, working together to heal things, heal yourselves, heal each other, heal society in general. That's part of the revolutionary conversation that we had. So, if you get bored of the streaming, if you want to see more than just tarot, just know that you can find my link tree in the bio and you can click around, find out. You can go straight to my website, www.illymilly.com, if you want to book your own reading or consume hours and hours of glorious Illuminati Mystex content. In the meantime, enjoy all of that. And you can follow me on Instagram at ilmystex and at illymilly for updates on when I stream. That being said, I think time's up. Oh, we still got 2 minutes. So I'm going to roll some ads, but y'all, I ain't coming back. It was so much fun. Well, fun's maybe not the word, but it was a great night. It was super fulfilling, very wholesome, and I think we all learned a lot. So I hope you like the replay. I hope you get a takeaway, and I hope I see you at the next one. Okay, so as always, good night and good luck. What? Okay, it was like not working, but all right. See ya. Alright, fuckers, go to bed. Get some sleep. Rest up. I'll see you in your dreams. Love you.